make it happen. They always do so for us. But who makes it happen for them, those other women? Who gives them the support that they need? The unfortunate answer is that they often need to be that support for themselves. To know all that women face and overcome while remaining sensitive and caring is a testament to their value, to their virtue. They rise without help and naturally push others up, often higher than themselves. Knowing this, imagine how much more supported and empowered women an empowered woman could do. We cannot change the past, but we can change the present and set the pace for the future. Women have thoughts, talents, and opinions. Let's ask them about these and support them in achieving them, in achieving their goals. They have goals and dreams of their own. Let's help to achieve them to achieve them. They face challenges and need help at times. Let's check on them and offer our help. Every single act adds up. I'm not sure what more I could say that Monique has not said. Our lives as women are indeed quite complicated. I think of my mother, my hero, who frequently held on 3 jobs, so her 7 children and often her nieces and nephews could have a good education, security, and some of life's little pleasures that we as children often looked forward to. You know, the Christmas gifts and the Santa under the tree and the Easter basket and the Easter dress, those things. I stand here today because my mother shared my dream and drive for a university education. I stand here too because other women, some of whom are listening online, have supported me. I stand on their shoulders. This first ever research conference on Belizean women will explore a variety of themes that describe the lived experiences of Belizean women, including cultural heritage and cultural diversity, domestic violence, women in politics, women's leadership in politics, women, crime and violence, pregnancy and cultural beliefs, and childcare. I think this conference is no better time for us to explore these themes and talk about important issues impacting Belizean women. During the pandemic, we have witnessed how resilient and strong we are, as so many of us lost income, having to support our families and care for them. So many of our students, right? Students, did all continue in their education. So many of us rose to the challenge and took on new roles, became entrepreneurs. And during this time, we also experienced an unprecedented number of women in political office in Belize, in Belize, both in the House and the Senate, as well as in municipal government. We have had 2 Belizean women leaders heading regional bodies, the CARICOM Secretariat, the Secretariat. We recently witnessed a woman running for the leadership of one of our 2 mass political parties at perhaps the most awful time in her life, losing by a narrow margin. We have many women in senior posts in government, with the senior leadership at the Ministry of Education, once again, being all women. And yet, we have so much more to go. As women, we sometimes fail to understand our and even undervalue and demean others. 2 days ago, I was truly disheartened to see a post, one of so many, made by one of those social pages. It was an awful video of 2 women fighting, practically tearing the clothes off each other, and being cheered on or spurred on by a bunch of men, and yes, other women. These images and the many stories of domestic violence, gang violence, and so on are so commonplace now that I fear desperately that we as a society are becoming numb to them. We are our worst enemies. We women often tear each other down instead of supporting each other, building each other up. In her new piece, Monique Mogale speaks to the need for us to give each other a helping hand along the way. She alluded to the fact that when I help one woman climb up, I'm in fact helping dozens others more. This was brought home to me very clearly yesterday in a conversation with a colleague from another institution when we spoke of how our support of each other has been for us professionally. But we do indeed have a long way to go. I hope that this is the first of many such conferences focusing on understanding our lives as Belizean women and developing ways to improve our lives. So women supporting each other and building a more secure and sustainable future for our daughters and granddaughters and their families, and by extension, Belize. We are the mothers of this country, and we need to support each other as we lead this country in developing itself. Galen is indeed proud to be a part of this event, and I'm proud to be a member of the Belize chapter of Civil. So I say, welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aird. We will now have Dr. Vincent Palacio, who will be giving his remarks with the interim president of UB. Dr. Palacio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cacho, our MC. Protocol having been established, I want to say a pleasant good morning to everyone joining us here in Belize and from abroad. Whether you're in person there at the open campus or you're logging in via Zoom, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you from the University of Belize. Allow me a minute to celebrate my colleague women who are leaders of tertiary level institutions in the country. I celebrate you today, Dr. Eve Aird from Galen and Dr. Charmaine Sanders from UWI Open Campus. And I also would like to celebrate Dr. Karen Martinez from Ecumenical Junior College and Miss Marie Young from Independence Junior College. I celebrate you today, my colleagues, women. And in the same breath, I also think I would like to celebrate the women leaders here at the National University also. We have our Vice President, Dr. Savory. We have 3 of our 4 academic deans are women, Dr. Tun, Dr. Tia, and Dr. Johnson. We celebrate you, deans. Heads of departments, our Director of Quality Assurance, Dr. Commission, our Director of HR, Human Resources, Mrs. Karen Guerrero, our Registrar, Rose Pineda, Mrs. Pineda. I celebrate you. The Director of our Environmental Research Institute, Dr. Ricketts. I celebrate you women today. It is indeed an honor for me to be a part of this historic event as we launch the first research conference on Belizean women. The theme, Belizean women crossing the margins, agency, contestation, and change, is indeed fitting for this year's inaugural event. At the University of Belize, we have long been working to empower Belizean women to take leadership in many domains. Over the years of producing the Belizean workforce, we have witnessed many women crossing the margins and generating major waves of change and impact in many sectors of our Belizean society. Yet, we are cognizant that many others are still facing marginalization, structural constraints, and lack of agency. We recognize that a lot of education needs to happen before Belizean women and girls can overcome the systemic and cultural barriers that are constraining them from meeting their fullest potential. At the University of Belize, we are committed to creating spaces and platforms where Belizean women and girls can show the important roles they play and how much they can contribute to the development of Belize. I am here today to signal UB's commitment to supporting arenas such as this conference, where researchers can share their work and build strong research networks. This is a space where we can hear more about the work our researchers are doing, as well as their findings that can help us better understand how and why Belizean women and girls are facing these constraints. From these presentations, I am certain we can gain greater insights into what solutions need to be taken to improve their lives. Our presence today also reiterates UB's mission statement. Our mission statement points on that as the national university, we are tasked with conducting and supporting research for national development. In our course offerings, in our operations, we acknowledge that research can influence stronger and more ethical evidence-based decision-making. We do this not just in our boardrooms, but in all the political spaces and decision-making bodies that we participate in. We integrate research method courses in all of our programs so that we can create a strong cadre of future researchers in all sectors of our workforce. We support the government and international agencies by providing researchers from our pool of highly capable faculty in many areas of inquiry. The University of Belize is in the business of producing knowledge and producing knowledge bearers. Research is a major part of our work. And events such as this one allows us to showcase the work of our students, staff, and faculty. In this regard, we are also celebrating and congratulating all our researchers who are representing our institution today. This first research conference on Belizean women is not just an event to celebrate alongside our sister tertiary institutions and researchers, but I see it as the beginning of a partnership to create an annual national event that features and distinguishes work of Belizean Academy and contributors from around the world. While our institutions have been partnering on several initiatives over the years, this is the first time that we are undertaking an event dedicated solely to showcasing research on issues affecting Belizean women and girls. So I want to conclude by thanking the Caribbean Women in Leadership Belize chapter for bringing us together on this national stage. We look forward to hosting this event in the future, hopefully next year. Congratulations to all presenters for the remarkable work you are doing. I also want to congratulate our very own Melanie Smith. Once again, I welcome everyone to this research conference. Enjoy your day.
I would like to say thank you for all that wonderful welcome. Thank you, Dr. Saunders. Thank you, Dr. Aird. Thank you, Dr. Palacio. And we'll have a 2-minute break, and then we get into our very first presentation. Good morning once again, and we'll be presenting our first presenter, Dr. Virginia Hampton. She'll be presenting on advocating feminism in Belize, gender equality movements. Okay, let me give you a brief bio of Dr. Hampton. Virginia Hampton is a former assistant professor of English at the University of Belize, where she also served as chair of languages and literature. Her grassroots and academic research focus on experimental Black drama, social justice, literature of the Latino, Caribbean, and the Black and Asian diaspora, and post-colonial identities and live performances. She is also co-editor of the book, Like Bushfire, Male Social Participation and Violence in Urban Belize, and is currently working on a biography about the late experimental Black dramatist, Asha Rahman. She is also a co-founder of Wildfire Artmosphere in San Ignacio, Cayo, and currently transitioning into a new career as the literary midwife. I present to you Dr. Virginia Hampton.
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me out there. Am I
Hearing
heard?
loud and clear, yes.
All right. I just wanted to welcome everyone again and really hearty thanks for attending this conference. And I'm so honored to be invited to open it. And I'm just gonna get right to it. So I call myself a feminist. I advocate feminisms. And you notice there's an S on the end of that. So there's a lot of different ones. That's the point. And this means I try to put into practice the thoughts of many feminists throughout history. I call myself a feminist in that I advocate solutions and resistance to patriarchy, until patriarchy is no longer the only real social, legal, and political option for gendered power relations. Notice I said only. Now, if you want patriarchy in your house and your community, you can feel free to advocate for that. In a perfect feminist world, we could choose how much patriarchy we want. Unfortunately, as Dr. Aird noticed, for millennia, women in most female endeavors, their feelings, interests, anything, have been subordinated to those of cis men. Men for whom their biological sex and their public gender are male, masculine, and heterosexual. So I spend a bit of my life raising awareness of and looking for creative and thoughtful ways to shift the ways that patriarchy has oppressed all of humanity, including cis women, gender non-binary people, gay people, cis men, transgendered folks, and pansexuals. Patriarchy seems unfair to me if we really believe in gender equity. Why do fewer than half the people in the world, on the planet, have most of the power passed on to them for millennia and usually reinforced through violence? So first, I want to tell you a story that I hope can help us all think about how we engage daily with patriarchal oppression, with the feminisms we know or practice. So after the presentation, maybe you can give me some suggestions about how I might have handled this situation differently. But basically, I was in a workshop about 5 years ago with a visiting journalist, and the participants were a combination of police and journalists and other stakeholders in media production. And I was part of the leadership for the workshop and for the event that it was part of. And after the workshop formally ended and people were talking in small groups, a very tall male police officer came over to me and kissed me square on the cheek. Now, I had never met this man. I was stunned. He was like twice my size, and I just moved away. I didn't know what to do or how to deal with him. And I finally told somebody later, and I don't remember who, but for the most part, I don't know what my response or action should have been. I wanted to punch him really hard. And what should I have done? Me, a big old feminist right there in the moment. So hold on to that answer. This kind of thing happens every day to women like me in leadership positions at the workplace, in church, and on the street. It's sexual harassment, pure and simple. And it's why I ask the question as a feminist and advocate for many feminisms past and present, given the reality on the ground of our actual experience, how can feminisms be useful in Belizean gender equity movements? So many people don't call themselves feminists, even when they practice or advocate for, study, believe in equality, equity for women. I noticed the word isn't really used any place in this conference, which is interesting. Anyway, for those of us who don't, who studied feminist thought, we know that people have resisted patriarchy in personal and public ways for a long time. And these people may or may not have called themselves feminists or even believe in the kind of feminisms that I advocate, but they are part of a long struggle that's far from over. And you've probably heard of first wave feminism and second wave feminism, but I'm going to advocate for Belizean feminisms, an approach called hood feminism, which can be useful in conversation, action, and policies that reflect and keep us healthy in our gender equity struggles and beliefs. And hood feminism is a term that I am borrowing from the American feminist thinker, Mickey Kendall. So when we think about understanding how patriarchy works in the daily, many women and girls I talk to these days still struggle with the practice of feminisms in daily life. So people say, oh, let the man carry it, not my job. And it's true, men are stronger physically and women are weaker, and we can let that play itself out, okay? Several professional men have actually expressed in my presence that women and girls, you know, we just kind of have to tolerate how men are when we're harassed at work to protect their reputations. We just have to dress differently. We have to have a male with us, or maybe if we didn't act like fast girls, if we don't want to get raped or have harassment on the street. Well, you know, I guess if men are just rapists and dogs, why don't we just teach our daughters to defend themselves rather than change their way of dress or behavior? I'm pretty sure wearing my outfit that day at the workshop did not constitute asking for a kiss from a creepy stranger. Now, what should I have done when the cop kissed me in public at a meeting? Should I punch him in the stomach or lower? Why are male chefs okay, but men being fully responsible for all the cooking at home is still kind of considered sissy behavior? Who should make the coffee at work? And this brings me to a couple other questions that you can see here. How can we work to end sexist oppression in Belize? Do we actually perpetuate patriarchal sexism, those of us who are in the struggle? And what are the ways women, us in these movements, are challenged by things like queerness, right? Gayness, not gender non-binary identities, transgender. And the big question for later, which I don't feel is one that I'm necessarily qualified to answer, but what are Belizean feminisms? How have researchers and scholars and organizers here added to feminist thought? So just a quick review. Around the 19th century, we have Western feminist movements dominating the conversation. And I think for this reason, we tend to think of feminism as a movement of white and wealthy or middle-class women who, of course, had servants and enslaved people who look like most of us at this conference and who were not free and did not benefit in the same way from patriarchy as white women. People who look and have ancestors with histories like most Belizeans, Indigenous, Black, Latinx, Asian, and traditionally, Western cultures, servants, workers, and colonial subjects. Even so, some of these issues were articulated in this first wave, right? But I think this is why we tend to think of these movements as being white and middle class. We know these things that they've advocated well, right? Basic human rights, struggling against the belief that biology is destiny, which is still an issue now, gaining power in the public versus the private sphere, and of course, challenging patriarchy in the state, in the church, education, labor divisions, etc. And we still struggle with these things, especially the second one, but really on some level, the whole list. And around the middle of the 20th century, we have what people call, refer to in academia, second wave feminisms, right? This is post-World War II, more women are earning their own money. Anthropologists and psychologists and biologists start to understand gender, not as a biological, but as a social construct, right? Later in the 20th century, it becomes clear that there's actually five 5 biological sexes, not just 2. There have never actually been only 2 sexes, ever. Intersexuals have always existed, and they mess up our little neat binary gender roles. They always have. So women don't just come out of the womb cooking and cleaning. Men don't just automatically drive and build houses. This is what we expect from different binary sexes, right? So the language begins to change in the second wave. We don't want to use just the male gender to refer to everyone. And we start to examine sex and gender in different ways outside of traditional heterosexual norms. Reproductive rights become an issue, right? Because the proliferation of contraceptions, the availability of abortion, and of course, we're struggling with the church and the laws and ourselves around these things. And women of color and women in developing and post-colonial nations begin to actively resist Western feminisms. They call them racist and classist and disrespectful of people's varying abilities. So the second wave feminism, given all this, we still have more research on sex, things like sex work. LGBTQIA, which stands, I'm using the long form here, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and agender. Also, post-colonial feminisms and lots of versions of what is becoming, I think, the best way to express feminist thought, which is intersectional feminism, which brings us to hood feminism. And I'm really excited that I get to use a picture of Meg the Stallion in this presentation. But basically, hood feminism is an intersectional approach to policy and strategies, and it centers the point of view of the most vulnerable members of our communities, poor women and children, people with disabilities, and all people who use what Mickey Kendall calls shadow economies, and you know what I'm talking about, to survive. Intersectional feminisms can focus these energies on ways to help communities thrive, centered around those whom the changes will affect the most. So instead of going into communities and telling them what they need, the opposite. Perhaps we're invited and they tell us what they need. And so if the most vulnerable are taken care of, this means we're all taken care of. So Meg the Stallion is my representation of the respect that fast women now have among young women and men, for that matter. Artists like her are all about resisting what we now call respectability politics, which I hope will reduce our tolerance for intimate partner violence, something we still deal with. We're also examining the complexity of sexism in low wealth communities, which I think could transform how we create and support economic opportunities for everybody. And then just the whole idea of advocating intersectional feminism to include more innovative community-based social structures to reduce all gender biases, including, as we found in the study here, the lopsided one we have here in Belize and in the Caribbean. And so I bring up fast women because many of us continue to be uncomfortable with the whole idea of fast women. Mickey Kendall calls them fast-tailed women, right? We still have a little of that Madonna whore complex working in the back of our minds. So we think if some women are not respectable in those middle class and traditional ways, then they get what's coming to them: rape, harassment, jail, bad men, violence. But if we look at what Mickey Kendall says, you don't actually have to be sexually precocious to be labeled a fast-tailed girl. Right? Perception is everything. So a host of really perfectly normal age-appropriate behaviors like talking to boys, wearing shorts, wearing makeup, or even just going through puberty early are enough to convince some people that you're headed for trouble. And once that perception is entrenched, any bad things that happen to you are automatically your fault. And there's an idea that bad things don't happen to good girls. And we see this even in how the news is reported, right? And so that's one thing. The other thing is we have to think about the complexity, and hood feminism does this, of how sexism works in low wealth communities. So the study that I helped to author showed also that patriarchy negatively influences girls and boys in under-resourced urban neighborhoods. And as we know, women aren't safe anywhere. And in under-resourced communities, this safety is even diminished over time, right? It's not uncommon for girls to end up trafficked or others to become involved in gangs because the hypermasculinity of gang culture can seem like protection if you've never been safe in your own house. And for the young men, this hypermasculinity is a shield of respect because they have a lack of respect elsewhere. And sometimes in these scenarios, men also need a measure of subservience and submission for women that's intended to make up for what they can't get in the wider world. So we understand these dynamics, and we want men who are adversely impacted to succeed, but it can't be at the expense of women or gay or transgender people. And so what if instead of merely dissing fast girls and calling out toxic masculinity, Belizean feminisms really address the root causes of violence, especially against women and children and youth, and why women and men who engage in sex work or other underground economies to survive are considered disposable or get what's coming to them. Can we adapt our feminisms to be based on respect for fast girls and survivors of domestic and street violence and gay people and transgender folks and sex workers? If we think about how these three feminist issues are connected, we as those who advocate feminism and women's empowerment and the like need to circumvent these patriarchal influences in our lives, especially if you think about it among boys who often end up engaging in hypermasculine behaviors like intimate partner violence to find a level of respect and love among other men that they're missing in the broader world of wealthier patriarchs. So men are definitely affected by patriarchy, especially young men. And so this brings me to my final piece here. I noticed that Belizean Women's Month this year focused on breaking the bias. And I can see that that same focus is also very much in this research conference. It's very, very inspiring. And as research goes forward, I'd like to know more about whether things like the Equal Opportunities Bill and our national gender policy really provide us with good strategies for dismantling sexist oppression in the workplace, in policymaking, or in our legal and social systems. And in terms of future research and workplace issues and leadership positions, what do Belizean feminisms look like? We can consider how Belizeans are already practicing gender equity in the workplace. What's already working that we can replicate? How have men been allies for women? And how have cisgender women supported other marginalized people or people with disabilities or mental health issues in leadership positions and in the workplace? And how can generally non-LGBTQIA people generally been allies? How have they generally been allies and accomplices for the gay community in the workplace and in leadership positions? And then how can we legitimately create a more egalitarian world for all genders? Where are we in this process? How are we moving forward? And my last question, what should I have done about that creepy kiss after the workshop? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If anyone have any questions, they could open their video and the microphone, and you have about 2 minutes to ask your questions. So anybody have questions, open your microphone and video so we could see you and ask your questions, please.
Someone asked the question, or actually there's a few comments here. Problems with being called babes in a professional call. Somebody mentioned that. Another person asked, why don't we hear more men speaking out about women's rights? I don't know, have a little stunned silence there in the audience. It's fine. Does anybody have an idea about what I should do? What I should have done in that workshop? I'm not sure if anybody saw what happened, or if they did, they knew what was going on. But any suggestions? What should you do when you're sexually harassed? Someone touches you without your permission in a, I don't know how you would define a kiss as.
Well, I have a suggestion. This is what I do, and I
Okay.
encourage women to do, is to call it out.
Okay.
I think it is important because oftentimes the social norms, societal norms that it is quite okay for men to do what they do continues to happen until there is realization. So calling it out is helping to create greater realization that change needs to be made. So I'd encourage you and every woman just to call it out. Don't be silent on it.
Sure. And right. And you have to kind of be prepared for it, right? Which I wasn't.
And the preparation really is a mental
Yeah.
position, I think, and which is why I'm saying what I'm saying to.
Mhm.
And I share this with women. We have to be prepared within ourselves, no matter how quiet we tend to be or how introvert. You know, some of these issues around our personalities, assuming that it's only because if you're a loud mouth or if you are an extrovert that you are prepared to do something like that. But every woman has to actually mentally prepare themselves to call it out.
Okay.
Wow. That was very interesting. And
Sherry Gibbs has her hand up there.
Hi, yeah, and this is a timely discussion. I met with some students yesterday from Canada, and was just talking about it's going to be hot, what to wear, and then started to wade into that, what they wear, and to kind of have to warn them, and feeling just uncomfortable at first, just telling, sort of advising. I didn't want to say, well, you can't wear this and you shouldn't wear that, but just to tell them that you're going to expect, it's going to be different from where you're coming from. And you're going to have to expect, those catcalls or looks. And it was uncomfortable to have to try to explain to these women who would be coming down that it's not acceptable, but, to think about what you're going to wear and that your clothing is going to elicit some response, unfortunately. And it was really, yeah, it does. It happens in all countries. But when you're coming into a new environment, a new place, you're not sure. And so it bothered me that I had to wade into that topic with them.
Mm-hmm. Right. And, I'm not sure who was talking about loudmouths and, those of us, I am not introverted and I am not quiet, and still it shocked me. It took me by surprise. I'm more used to cat calls. Like, I don't have any trouble telling folks to be quiet on the street. And like, would you talk to your mother like that? Or, I have a whole range of comebacks. I don't have any for the office. I think that's what I'm getting at. Like, it's almost like we need a training. Or like, I don't know, a big sign that says, keep your hands to yourself. I don't know what we should do. We have a couple other questions. And this is interesting because this is an intersectional issue. Dali Terrell asked, why do some employers prefer women with fair skin to sell their products or to gain profit or even capture customers' attention? And this is an issue of what I call dark-skinned racism. Especially it's true for women, but it's also true for men. I think you see it a lot in tourism and banking here, because we have a whole country full of people of color, right? All different colors. But a lot of times the fairer skinned of whatever group finds its way to, those places where good things will happen. I'll just leave it like that. And that's an intersectional moment of racism and
very interesting conversation.
Mhm.
But we have
feminists are not man haters.
Really, and we will now our very first panel, which will be moderated by. Okay, we'll be doing one, exploring and shaping public and political spaces. And we have three presenters today. Okay, Sadie, Annie, and I'll just introduce the moderator. She will do the introduction of the presenters. Sherry Gibbs is the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Technology, University. And for 15 years, anthropology program, including courses that addresses human rights in Belize and globally. For the past 6 years, she has provided and assisted with the development of the criminal justice, anthropology, and environmental science programs. She has collaborated with the international organizations of migration and UNICEF on training for various ministerial departments and with the Ministry of National Security and Data Training. I present to you Ms. Sherry Gibbs.
Thanks so much. Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here to moderate the first panel of this first research conference on Belizean women entitled Exploring and Shaping Public and Political Spaces. We have three presenters in this panel. For the sake of time, the presentations are 15 minutes. Just to let the presenters know, I'll be giving a little 10-minute the bell when you have 5 minutes left, and then another bell when you have 2 minutes left. Please, just as with Dr. Hampton, put your comments or questions into the chat. And please just note which presenter your questions are for, or at the very end, please raise your hand. If you go down at the bottom of your screen to reactions, you will see raise hand there. Turn on your mic and camera and let us know who you are, and we'll field your questions. Our first presenter is Dr. Abigail McKay. Abigail Cecilia McKay was born and raised in Belize City, where she completed her first 17 years of schooling for her early career as a primary and secondary school teacher. She went on to complete a master's degree in public health at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a doctorate in social welfare policy and research at Stony Brook University in New York. Her work with women's empowerment began in 1983 at the Women's Bureau, the precursor to today's Women and Family Support Department. Later in her career, Dr. McKay led the Faculty of Nursing, Allied Health, and Social Work at the University of Belize as its dean. Currently, Dr. McKay has taken a leadership role in Emergent Corps, a capacity-building nonprofit organization she founded in 2002. As a servant leader, Dr. McKay has contributed in many community, national, and international advocacy, empowerment, and development initiatives. She is currently serving her third two-term as the chair of the Belize History Association, represents Belize member associations of the Central American Black Organization and on its executive board, and represents the African Diaspora Development Institute at the Latin American subregional level through its Belize chapter. Please welcome Dr. McKay as she presents to us on women leaders post-political independence.
Good morning. Hello, the audience room and everyone in the virtual room as well. I'm getting some assistance with my presentation being put up on the screen. And while that is happening, I want to say what a pleasure it is for me to be a part of this important occasion indeed for Belize's history. And don't count my 15 minutes yet, Sherry.
Sure.
Okay. Now technically may be a problem, so bear with me. I think I will refer to this too in the presentation I'm doing here. So I'm a member of the CWIL Belize chapter on the Education, Research, and Development Committee. And one of our mandates is to try to promote women, highlight their work and their role, and to include it in what is going on. So my cover picture, if you can see it well, is a representation of some of the women who are, in fact, in this document that we are producing. Okay. Where do I go? Technical support. Click to which direction? You'll assist me? Excellent. Next slide, please. So for those of you who recognize people in Belize, here you will see at the, okay, he's moved on. The Women in Governance and Political Leadership is the first phase for multi-component, multi-year leadership research initiative that our Education, Research and Development Committee of CWIL Belize is leading. And it's for us to be sure that we can recognize Belizean women in the diplomatic governance or political leadership in the past century, with a particular focus on the the political independence era, these past 40 years, in what is called each chapter is going to look at one decade, except for the first chapter where we actually focus on 1920 through 1980, the year before our political independence. Go on. Why are we doing this? Because our women's stories of leadership in Belize need to be told, need to be documented, and need to be done in a comprehensive manner so that everybody can learn and be involved in what is going on. Also, it's a part of our CWIL mandate. I remember as we were looking as the committee was organizing its terms of reference when we were established a couple Decembers ago, it was one of those things that we said clearly at the beginning, we need to document women's leadership roles in this country because there's a paucity of such research. Next slide, please. How is this going to be happening? How is it being done? This is a work that is in process or progress. We are working, we started with the snowball approach, simply looking at what we knew, who was involved, and then asking and involving others to contribute. This is something that is ongoing, so I'm going to make this call again to people who are in the room and in the virtual world, that we need your engagement, your involvement to help us make sure that this is the most relevant, accurate, and comprehensive document that we can produce. So we are doing a lot of online search. We are doing stories, we're personal communication, archival records that we are looking at. And it is based on a description of the women who are involved at the governance level, at the parliamentarian level, or the diplomatic level. And it includes a description with a headshot, biographical data, the leadership category that they participate in, responsibilities that they have, and the years of involvement in such leadership. And the biographical data includes the full name of each of these women, including the maiden name if they have that, or popular names that are used, their academic and or other noteworthy titles, birth year and death where it is relevant, and the geographic responsibility of their leadership. For example, we're including mayors in this situation, and Belize has had a mayor for almost all of its 9 municipalities, towns and cities. And so there's a record of those. And we want to make sure that we do not indicate that the Punta Gorda mayor is in Belize City. It's that kind of thing that we're talking about, geographical responsibility. Next. The leadership categories are governance, political, and diplomatic. And the governance component, the category includes our mayors, our governor generals, and senators, people who are a part of the upper house of our legislature. The political includes our women parliamentarians, and the diplomatic includes all of our women ambassadors, the women who have been identified to represent us in this as statehood, at home, abroad, in the region. The layout of the document is based on the alphabetical surname in each decade. And some of the women leaders may appear in more than one decade because we want to accurately reflect and represent the lifetime of work and the type of work that they're doing. So you may see the picture recurring. And this is a question that has been asked when we promoted, when we put out the drafts, people have asked about it. And we want to make sure that the type and/or span of leadership is accurately represented. Next slide. I don't know if you can read this. I can't, but that is a summary chart. If you have very strong eyes, you will be able to see it. I have a couple more that details it overall. So at a glance though, if you take a look, you will see which one of the decades, you will see one that is significantly larger than all the others. So that is in fact what this table is trying to show you, that we had one particular period, the last decade of these 4 that we were looking at post-political independence, where we had a significant number of women in leadership at the governance, political, and diplomatic arena. Next slide, please. These are the 40 years post-political independence. This is what it looks like. So it's a little larger, the script there that you might be able to read on some of those names. You will have access to this on the CWIL site. We have shared this, in fact, in our, so it's information that is generally available, and anyone who wants to see more of it can access it. The next one, please. This is another table that looks at the pre-quadragenary and post-quadragenary, which is basically the 40 years of political independence, which is the focus of the document. But we look at the prior and the post. And each decade actually began with 1981 being the start of it, going all the way up to 1990, and then 1991 going up to. So we have started another decade with 2021. And when you look at that, we can read those. You see some of the parliamentarians, you see a parliamentarian, the governor general, we see our regional representatives at SICA that was referred to in one of the earlier remarks, Anita Zatina, and Dr. Carla Barnett at CARICOM. So all of those are represented in this post 40-year period. And if you look at the pre-40-year period, you will see some names in there that go all the way back to 1920. Number 4 on that list, Vivian C., is credited with her role in a political party, as well as community development and service. Some of these positions we do not have pictures of, and I want to put a call out to people out there. If you have family, you've no history of any of the women in these lists, we want good quality headshots. Because one of the things that is unique to women and sisters is that no matter what our style and character are, there's a level of vanity in being human, eh? And we want to make sure we put the best foot forward and the best face forward, because it goes into posterity. Next slide, please. So Women in governance and political leadership. What are the benefits of having a document? It provides some data for evidence-based policy development and program planning. It contributes to the social studies curriculum resource. It expands career options for women and girls. When they read on who has been involved, what they have been doing, it opens the doors for young women, for girls to consider other kinds of things that they could be doing with their professional futures. And of course, it is a tool that can be used for productive citizenship education. It's an important contribution to Belize's history of Belizeans by Belizeans. What are our next steps? They're pretty clear that we need more contributions to ensure comprehensive accuracy. I cannot say this often enough. It's a work in progress. It's a document. And in documenting it, for it to be the best possible thing, we need you, every pair of eyes that can take a look at this draft. We can make that draft available through the CWIL Belize chapter channel, YouTube channel, or somewhere we can find a way to make it publicly available. And ask that you all play a role. You may know there's a lady there from Punta Gorda from the early 60s, Benicia Petillo, I believe her name is, that she was a senator. We want to be sure that we can get information about her in this document. And that's the kind of thing that we have going on. Financial resources need to be allocated to offset the expenses. This documentation, this research that is being done over the course of several years, because this is only the first component, looking at political leadership. We have a number of other areas, and the work is not being done for any contractual fees, but there are expenses. And especially over the last 2 years, when we look at how life has been, you cannot ask women to go further into their pockets and coffers that are empty. I can say that personally, because I am the one who is taking the lead in this effort, and it is totally wrong for myself or any other woman to have to take from what the little she has to put into something like this. And these are some of the areas of structural biases that we have to break. We assume that women can do it all, and we continue to do it all, and so the assumption continues to be perpetrated. Additional leadership segments, of course, will be developed over the course of the next several years, including STEM, STEAM, and STREAM. And I want to take a moment for our audience in the hall and online to explain how we have gone from science, technology, engineering, and math, which is STEM, and it was moved to include arts, and it became STEAM, and it has now been advanced even more to include the R for reading, writing, and arithmetic. Remember those? We've gone back to basic literacy, numeracy and literacy. So it is now STREAM. We have got to cover it all. We want to look at our leaders in education, in the arts, in sports, etc. We also want to look at civil society service and community development leaders. And we want to look at business, finance, industry, and other areas, including spirituality, of course. Next. I think that's the last. I want to say thank you all. I hope, Sherry, that I stayed within the timeline. And if you have any questions, put them in the chat or call them later on. Thank you very much for being a part of my pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Dr. McKay. I think you afforded maybe 3 minutes to the other presenters. That's great. Thanks. As Dr. McKay said, please, any questions that you may have, you can put them in the chat, or if you want to wait till the end after our third presenter to ask them then for Dr. McKay. Thanks so much. I'd like to introduce now our second presenter, Sadie Quetzal. She is from the nation's capital, Belmopan, and a proud Orange Wakenya. Sadie Quetzal graduated with honors from Ming Chuan University with a master's degree in international relations and diplomacy. Currently, she launched her business name On Paper Consultancy. Her mission is to counsel women in politics. Her research focuses on women in politics. Let us welcome Ms. Sadie Quetzal as she presents on Barriers Belizean Women Face When Entering Politics, a case study of Belize.
Hello and good morning, everyone. As protocol has been established, thank you, Ms. Sherry, for introducing me. Today, my presentation is based on barriers women face when entering politics, a case study of Belize. The motivation of this paper was to give an update on the current political gender inequality in Belize. Country's background, Belize amazingly has a 50-50 female and males in the population. 50.7 is female and 49.3 are males. The statement of the problem: limited women have been active in politics throughout history. In 2020 general elections, only 13 female ran for office and only 3 got elected. This means that women's voices are few. On table 1.1, it shows I did a comparison between 2008 and 2021 general elections, the male and women representatives who got elected. In 2015, there were 18 males running for office and 10 females only running for office, which in that year, only 3 females got elected. In 2020, we saw an increase of 3 females running for office. It remained the same by only 3 getting elected. Due to the passing of the minister in 2021, there was a by-election, which resulted to now having 4 females in the House of Representatives. Now, the objective of my research was to give a culture, social, and legal factor hindering why women are, or what barriers women face when entering politics. And the 4th objective is to make suggestions to increase gender equality in Belize. The methodology I used was in-depth interviews. I interviewed women who have won an election, women who have lost an election, women who have been appointed by the Governor General, and I just wanted to get a perspective of a male appointed by the government of Belize. I had the pleasure to interview 4 United Democratic female representatives, 4 from the People's United Party, 1 senator, and 1 from the Alternative Party, and 1 independent female. Also the male government official. I characterized my research and based on themes. After the interviews, I did culture themes, social and legal themes. On this table, you can see that the interview respondents, I compared it with facts shown on that I found on the literature review. Theme 1, the definition of gender equality leads to women to believe that there is no such real term. Interview 0.2 said that there's limited jobs for females. In September 2020, Belize Labor Force Survey reported that 11.6 males are unemployed compared to 17.0 females who are unemployed. Also, opportunities are not accessible to women. Interview 0.7 said, in the labor force, there is 42% women in the labor force compared to 68.7 males. Women also earn slightly less than men. Team 2, culture stereotypes from both men and women create also another barrier for women running for office. Belizean women have not only been embraced in politics for very few times, women are also seen as emotional. Interview 12 says that he still thinks that men are still at an advantage. The labor force survey, also done in 2020, reported that 933 are females in managerial positions compared to men. It's 1,840 for managers. As it relates to females running for office, 75 men run and only 13 females run. Team 2, the dominance of this patriarchal and masculinity society also posed a threat involving women running for office. Conversations of sexualizing women have to work 4 times harder than men. In 2020 city council election and town council election, there was a young female who was running for office and she was cyber bullied. Team 4, the existence of inferiority complexity discourages women to enter politics. In the House of Representatives, there are several examples of women being shouted at. In an example, there was a minister who shouted to a female, it says, "Is that lady finished? You're a crude woman." Team 5, Belize is being a church state. Religion has no effect of women running for office, but it does play a role of how women are seen by society. The Belize Constitution is based on religious principles. The hierarchy in religious institutions are dominated by men. The Belize education system also has a church-state partnership with the education system, so this also presents a barrier. Legal factors or legal themes discovered was that gender quotas are not enforced and are not encouraged by government leaders, limiting women in political positions. Some women agree or disagree to gender quotas being implemented in the government. When the research was done, I found out that only the People's United Party had a gender quota of 30% women minimum in their party. Team 2, men use appointments of women as puppets to be manipulated. Some women feel that when appointed by men, they feel that they have this control over them. There was an incident between a female CEO who was asked to take a position role, and she said that she would have to consult with her male area representative to see if she could have taken this role. Social themes discovered, limited access to education creates women unprepared for political posts. More scholarship for women, interview 0.1 said, investment in both men and women changed the view of gender. So this is also another example of how we could fix this barrier. The facts shown that the ICDF is one of the largest scholarship in Belize. It showed that 36 females were given the scholarship compared to 12 men. And team 2, the lack of social institutions also discourage women getting into politics. There is a lack of babysitting and workshops for women who want to join politics. They want women to help. Women want help in the political process. The Human Development and Family Indigenous only registered 25 daycares with a capacity of 37 children. Team 3, the lack of funds also received is another obstacle for women running for office, and women get less or no financing. Some women only have one income, or they need to work another job for them to finance their own campaigns, and not being able to campaign and have enough resources pose a threat. Also in Belize, there's no legislation when it comes to campaign financing. There was a minister who got an undeclared amount of finance, and women were not allowed to get that finance as he got too. And team 4, the race also influences voting behavior, create another bias for women. Belize is a diverse country when it comes to culture. One interview said that she saw it's very hard to enter another culture. Interview 11 also experienced ethnic discrimination twice. On interviews 08 said that on election day, I saw the vote results that they didn't vote for us, meaning the women, because they were of color. So Belize has a population of 42.9% belonging to the mestizo culture. The Creole is at 26%. Team 5 is social media is a double-sided sword. Some women say that they get good publicity and also bad publicity. In 2020, Belize passed the cybersecurity legislation. Now, recommendations for increase in gender equality in politics. 1, to implement in the Belize Constitution campaign finance laws at a national level for this to help both men and women. And recommendation 2, to implement at the National University a political science degree and network with CARICOM on Latin America on different types of governance. And recommendation 3, to implement fake news and cybersecurity bullying legislation in the Belize Constitution, and recommendation 4 to implement social institutions to increase gender equality. Since we are at this conference, I think this is a good medium of how women have a voice. And since it's all the universities, I also encourage them to do a political degree. There's many women who would want to join politics and they just need that extra push. And thank you very much. And let's break the bias when it comes to women in politics. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Miss Sadie. That was really great. You were under 10 minutes, so yay, we have some extra time. Well done. Thanks so much for that. And please, again, any questions or comments that you have for Sadie, please hold them until our last presenter has finished. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our third and last presenter for this panel is Dr. Ann McPherson. She is a professor of Latin American and Caribbean history and chair of the Department of History at SUNY Brockport, part of the State University of New York system. Her research focuses on post-emancipation and especially 20th century histories of working women and men, labor and political movements, colonialism and nationalism in Belize and Puerto Rico. She is the author of the book From Colony to Nation, Women Activists and the Gendering of Politics in Belize, 1912 to 1982, and edited Asad Shuman's Back Talking Belize Selected Writings. Please welcome Dr. Ann McPherson. She will be presenting on women political activists in the 20th century Belize.
Thank you, Sherry. And thank you and congratulations to the organizers, especially to Melanie and her team and to the sponsoring institutions of this pioneering conference. I'm really grateful for the invitation to participate, and I'm already learning from those who have presented before me. Since I completed my research for my book on Belizean women activists from the 1910s through independence, I've been doing research on Puerto Rico, kind of as a way to deal with the fact that I've ended up living and having my career in the United States. And my time spent researching working women and men in that 20th century US Caribbean colony has given me some comparative insights about Belize that I'll include as I share the main research findings of my book and how they might be useful to the women of Belize today, especially those of you here today at the conference. So I first came to Belize from Canada in 1988, just 7 years after independence, and began to do research in the National Library and in the Archives Department in 1990 as part of my graduate work, returning through the early and mid-1990s as I expanded my research through the first post-independence celebration of International Women's Day in March of 1982, exactly 40 years ago this month. I had intended to focus on how a remarkably multiracial, multi-ethnic nationalist movement arose in Belize, unlike the racially divided and conflictual politics of Guyana and of Trinidad and Tobago. But as I read old copies of Belizean newspapers in bound volumes and then on microfilm, women's political activism was everywhere. I began to generate lists of women to seek interviews with or ask about, and eventually had the transformative experience of conversing with over 100 people, mostly women, in Belize City, Orange Walk, Cayo, and Dangriga. Copies of those that I audio taped are in the National Archives. I delved into colonial government documents, especially Belizean people's letters and petitions to the British authorities, into some court documents, and into the files of Belize's first self-identified feminist organization of the 1970s. And this is what I found. I found that the women who had been political activists in labor and political movements and in political parties had proud, vivid memories of their work. They really wanted to tell me their stories. And they had a real sense that they had made history, which indeed they had. I do not think that Belize would be an independent nation today, or at least the kind of nation that it is, without the activism of generations of women. Their activism means that Belizean women today have a heritage to build on. And to adapt Virginia Hantum's term, I think what we're looking at here before independence is a sort of proto-hood feminism in some cases. The male political lead, I've also found that male political leaders, at least at the district level, readily acknowledged to me that women volunteers had been critical to their personal success and the success of their respective political parties. This was true of PUP and UDP male leaders, including Philip Goldson. These men were not trying to erase women from history, and this speaks, I think, to the potential for male allies in Belizean political culture. With significant exceptions, I found that pre-independence women political activists in what I call the labor nationalist stream of activism had shied away from official leadership positions, especially standing as candidates, because they did not want their personal business dragged into public view. And many women expressed this as I was speaking with them. As women who often did not fit the elite's definition of proper womanhood, they felt very vulnerable to public shaming and harm to their families, especially to their children. Rather, they prefer to be the collective power behind official male leaders, pressuring them to prioritize in the nationalist movement and in legislation things that would make their lives easier: voting rights, better wages and jobs, access to housing and healthcare, to education for their children, to reliable transportation and water supplies. They tended not to criticize male power within families, communities, and politics, at least not in the political arena, though in the courts, there was another matter, and definitely you had more overt gender contestation going on there. I also found that women political activists in what I call the colonial reform stream of activism were more likely to create their own organizations and lead them, but that they tended to hold themselves apart from and superior to the majority of Belizean women, whom they sought to instruct and improve rather than learn from and collaborate with. And this is perhaps a version of what Virginia Hampton was referring to as respectability politics. These women did not support voting rights for all Belizean women, and they sought to increase their influence by developing positive relationships with the British authorities. I found that colonial authorities were overwhelmingly non-responsive to letters and petitions from Belizeans, especially those that flooded in during the price inflation during World War I, after the 1931 hurricane, and during the depths of the 1930s depression. No matter whether women wrote such documents themselves, sought out male community leaders to write them, or simply signed on to documents that men were already writing, women encountered a colonial state that had little interest in meeting their needs, let alone respecting them. As Elfrida Reyes of Belize City said to me, we wanted to get out from under the claws of the British Empire. And as Adolfa Garcia of Orange Walk told me, I was never a coward woman. How was I going to be afraid to stand up to the British governor? I also found that the leaders of the nationalist movement, once the era of mass protests had forced the British to the negotiating table in the later 1950s, generally sought to contain women's political activism in the service of political parties led by men. The execution of Nora Parham in 1963 was part of this assertion of the masculine authority of the emerging national state. And it is very significant that Dolores Valderramos Garcia has convinced cabinet to support a posthumous pardon and to ask the Belize Advisory Council and Governor General Froilat Salam to take action, which I understand will be forthcoming soon. This is being linked to the ongoing crisis of domestic violence in Belize, which 20th century women political activists did not fundamentally address until after independence. Indeed, in my research, I found periodic bursts of newspaper reporting about domestic violence, and I am certain that there is much archival evidence in court records sitting in the National Archives in Belmopan that could be the basis for a full history of domestic violence in Belize, which I was not able to include in my book. The voices of Belizean women emerge more strongly in the historical record than those of Puerto Rican women, although they too were political activists in all kinds of ways. In particular, a critical mass, indeed majority of Belizean women supported national independence, unlike in Puerto Rico. To have left such strong cases means that their activism was truly remarkable and laid the foundation for the broader, deeper work being undertaken today. Many of you will know this from your own family histories, from the stories that your mothers, aunties, and grandmothers have passed down. Women's political activism within and beyond political parties is changing, as it must, to force confrontation with deep, enduring inequities and with new emerging challenges. As the ICJ's decision gets closer, as the People's Constitutional Commission process unfolds, including the prospect of ending Belize's relationship with the British Crown, as issues of domestic violence, corrupting political patronage, climate and environmental change, and the power of global actors over the Belizean economy are tackled, today's women activists in Belize are every bit as capable as their foremothers of not only pressuring for progress, but now fully leading progress as well. And perhaps someone here today will become the first female prime minister, maybe with Sadie's help as a consultant. In early 1935, the Women's League of the Labor and Unemployed Association, now the LUA was led by Antonio Soberanes, who was a man who really respected the power of organized women, but the Women's League within the LUA had been organized by women themselves. The Women's League petitioned the British governor for full female voting rights in the newly reconstituted legislature. Among other things, they wrote, quote, "We are a people who have suffered and are still suffering, owing to the fact that we as the government of British Honduras have no voice in our country's affairs and all sort of injustices are being meted out to us," end quote. These were working women with just a few years of formal education at most. They were market vendors and domestic servants. And they had objectively little power within the colonial system, but they came together to assert their rights, build their power, and to envision a future nation. Their language was inclusive of Creole, Garifuna, Mestiza, and Mayan women, and they defined the people of Belize as the government of a country, their homeland, not of a colony, because they never used that word. They did not stand for more affluent and influential Belizean women speaking for them, limiting their rights or voice or disparaging them. They were formally polite to the governor in this written document, but we can imagine what they said about him in private. This proud, inclusive working class womanhood offered a vision of a nation of Belize fundamentally built to meet the needs of the poorest and most vulnerable by empowering them with political rights to pursue the end of poverty and the end of vulnerability. They were incredibly brave, having already taken to the streets in mass protests in 1934, and they believed in both economic and political democracy. I hope that by the time the centennial of their petition comes in 2035, that's 13 years from now, the Belize that they envisioned will be closer to realization. If so, it will be because of the political activism of current generations of Belizean women and their allies within Belize and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Thanks so much, Dr. McPherson. That was really a great look at women activism and sort of the importance of women in activism. And thanks so much too for being 10 minutes. So we've got a little bit of extra time now. Please, if anybody has any questions, I ask you to raise your hand. And if you've had your hand raised for a while and I don't see it, my apologies, just open up your mic. I see Diana Shaw has a question. Go ahead, Diana.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentations. My question was a comment for Ms. Sadie. I'm really thankful for her presentation and hope, as Dr. Hampton was saying in the chat, that she will publish it. I think the need for accountability in campaign financing is long overdue. I would say that there was actually draft legislation already. There was a project some years ago by Belize in which there was a draft amendment to the Representation of the People's Act that included provisions for campaign financing reforms and oversight, as well as for quotas, mandatory quotas in the National Assembly. To date, though that draft amendment has not been passed, and it is because it has not been seriously pushed. I remember I was involved in that project, and I remember leaders of both political parties telling me that that was not something they were prepared to push at that time because they didn't think that it would be advantageous politically. I think the mood has shifted since then, and it is time for that to come back on the table. Belize is not as active as it was then, but perhaps the Women's Commission can have them share that document with them and can push that, but it needs to happen.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaw, for your comment. That is true. And according to my research, it means that it's because of the type of leadership we see who are governing Belize. They don't want to push the issue. If we see men who are being very dominant. They're like, why would we want more females in there if we have all the control? But I think slowly the shift of women in politics is developing in Belize. For example, we saw Tracy Penton running for the United Democratic position. It's just one step at a time. And I really think at this current era, we should push for the gender quotas and for the campaigning strategy for women to run for office.
Thank you, Sadie, and thanks, Ms. Shaw, for the question. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? I'm just going to read what's in the chat. Dr. McMillan, the sense of feeling beholden to the males who appoint or choose females to any position is deep. One solution would be for the women to be in the positions to make the appointments. Dr. Hampton, really well done, Sadie. Hope that this can get published. An important reading for women who want to go into politics. We can prepare if we know what we're up against, for sure. And to do a workaround, like always, and to circumvent. Lots of encouraging words for you to publish, Sadie. And then Virginia too, for Dr. McPherson, she always thought that Nora Parham's execution was more political than punishment, especially since she didn't get heard by police about what was happening to her. And we have the title for Dr. McPherson's book, From Colony to Nation, Women Activists and the Gendering of Politics in Belize from 1912 to 1982.
If I can just comment on the title, I had wanted to call it Never a Coward Woman, which was a quote from my interview with Adolfo Garcia from Orange Walk, who was one of those exceptions, a pre-independence woman who did take a leadership position in politics. And the press wouldn't let me. I thought that, they didn't like that it wasn't standard English, which made me insane. And I did actually title the introduction of the book, Never a Coward Woman, to make up for that.
Sherry, if you could answer Ms. Torres, that she sent a message. She said a comment on the Facebook. So she said, when I ran in 2015 for the mayoral candidacy in Orange Walk, I lost by 60 votes, and the barriers and the bias were faced are real. And I believe nothing has changed from then to now. I believe we need a support system. When I ran for a convention in 2020, it was the barrier I encountered. How can we overcome this barrier when there is no support system? So to answer her question,
I think that's the same thing.
To answer her question, actually, hence, that's why I launched my business focusing on women. And for now, I'm doing it free of cost because I really want more women running in politics. I think with the degree I got and the experience of my research, I think I could provide them with the support system they have. Yes, we have big organizations that help, but we need them, they need help at each step of the way mentally, because it's a brain drain for women to run for office. Actually, if they have children, it also creates another barrier for them to go campaigning. So much has not changed, but I think the community also has a role to play. And step by step, we will get there. And I hope that Ms. Torres still considers to run for office and we could make her get elected one day.
Thanks, Sadie. And I think that addresses to Karima Roca's question, how do women overcome gender barriers in politics? I don't know if anybody else, Dr. McKay or Dr. McPherson, want to add anything to that.
If I may, this is Abigail. I want to say two things to Sadie, of course. We look to our generational transition, succession planning that we need to do as well. But there are several things Diana Shaw mentioned with Belize. It's about reigniting that structure because that is a support network. And since 2020, December, we have the SeaWorld chapter in Belize. That's another structure. And of course, one of the things we have, and I hope the interim president of the National University is still in the room, because one of the things that came out of the Women in Politics program were serious conversations with the initiative taker, Anne-Marie Williams, about making that the beginning of a course. So it would speak to what you're saying, Sadie, about training women, training people, younger persons who want to get involved in politics, political science, etc. So these are opportunities that we could take advantage of, and we could respond to the kinds of comments that Ms. Torres and others women raise about support structures, so that when they have families, when they have difficulties, when some of the biases and prejudices come out, that there are places where they can get that kind of support. And then we could advocate as well for additional things like the campaign reform processes. So we look to your generation, Sadie. We look to, just as we do to the past, our elders who have gone on, we stand on the shoulders that Anne spoke of in these earlier days. But we look to you in terms of the future, of the changes that perhaps in 13 years, we will have a leader of a mass party who is female. This one came so close. Perhaps it can change if there are support structures that are put in place to make sure the next opportunity, you can indeed get there. So those are some of my comments. And documenting this history for us through CWIL is a part of that structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, and I really enjoyed your research. I never considered documenting how many females we are in office, and I think this would lead back to history to my children and the kids of my children, going back to history and see the progress women have made. So I also congratulate you on your research, and I hope the University of Belize also implements a course or a degree in political science. It is essential and it is very necessary.
I would like to jump into and say, representing Galen University, it's something too that maybe we need to also look at, and how we can work on this, whether it's looking at gender studies, and then also political science, and getting young people really interested in that. I'm just going through and looking at some more comments that I will read out from Leolyn Castillo. We need to change the perception of ourselves as women as we move forward, for sure. And then, of course, considering for UB, considering turning the Women in Politics training from the Women's Commission as a full-fledged course. And I would call that out for all tertiary institutions to have that. How can men educate, from Dr. Hampton, how can men educate themselves to be good allies and accomplices, even when they get resistance from women who want to hang on to patriarchal ways of perceiving women? And I think that kind of goes back to speaking about how we perceive ourselves. Okay, from Myron Choko, first Sadie, if a woman from this conference was to enter politics and ran for and became prime minister, what advice and recommendations would you give her to improve our country?
So the first step, it starts, I'll start from the first step. I believe that the education system plays a role in seeing how women are seen as leaders. It starts at the elementary school, having that social studies classroom also be of women wanting to run for office. Start molding the young minds of females and males to see a different perspective of women running for office. Now, as women, we sometimes tend to forget the power we have. Women have a good sense of networking. If anybody wants to be prime minister, it is possible, but the work needs to start early. You need to work within your community and create that network. We can see when a woman is elected, they also cater for us. For example, if someone decides to be prime minister, there will also be policies for women. So how can we improve our country is first giving the step, I will run for office, not giving up the first time, breaking the bias, and start working within your area and see that your voice can be heard. It's the little things that matter. Maybe from having a conversation with your neighborhood about how women can run for office and how all of us could make a difference. So it starts with our community. And I think our education system, or just contacting the principals and saying like, hey, let's have a talk about women in office. So breaking the barriers of women seen as just home takers and at taking a leadership position.
Thanks, Sadie. And Virginia just saying that networking really is essential. The Old Girl Network, as it was called. And a comment here from Luisa Bologna. I believe that women should be granted the opportunity to showcase their power, leadership, and what they can do, especially in politics. I noticed that men outweigh women in politics. Women are not really granted many opportunities, and I wish that could change soon. So, and that we have to take it. We're not going to be granted anything. We need to really get out there and we need to take it. Women are the community mobilizers. We see them working especially before elections, and that is huge. I've always really been quite amazed that the women are always the ones there on the ground, going out there, the huge supporters of their politician for the, and then often too, then at the end, they're not really, they don't get that recognition, and they don't get that support afterwards. But as soon as the election is coming up, you know that they're going to, these same politicians are going to go to these women again and expect them to step up. But you know, getting them actually to be the ones who will rise up and being the ones who are going out there and campaigning for themselves, because they know how to do it.
They know how to do it perfectly well.
Yeah. Dr. McPherson needs to head off. So thanks so much for joining us. And thanks so much for that really great presentation. And I think this might be our last comment from Mariela Hernandez. As women, we want that space in other sectors of society, and we can do our part by raising our sons and daughters to break the norms that keeps women out of these sectors. This will ensure that the future women and men are able to better accept women in gender-biased positions. Definitely. Dr. McMillan is saying we also need to support our women when they step forward and to not be afraid of the partisan boxing.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, thanks so much for all of the questions and comments. It was really great. Thanks so much, Sadie, and thank you, Dr. McKay and Dr. McPherson.
That was an excellent presentation. Thank you to all the presenters. Now we got to move on because it's going to be all day. Now we'll be doing panel 2, which is overcoming barriers and leading in gendered spaces. And the moderator for this session is Dr. Janine Quiros. She's the assistant professor at the University of Belize, Faculty of Education. Dr. Janine Quiros currently serves as an assistant professor in the Faculty of Education and Arts at the University of Belize, where she facilitates professional courses in the teacher education programs, such as teaching methods for the primary curriculum, introduction to education, managing the regular and multi-grade classroom, teaching practicum 1 and 2, instructional techniques in educational and social context of schooling. She has also served as supervisor for both the internship course and graduate thesis educational leadership course. She has served in the field of education for over 28 years, teaching across multiple elementary levels, including of serving as an intern resource teacher for special needs children, was head of education department, coordinated internship locally and internationally with New Mexico State University, and coordinated the principal school leadership program of Belize. She continues to be actively engaged in the work of teacher education with the Teacher Education Development Services of Belize. Her expertise is in curriculum and instruction, and her major research interest is in language, culture, and identity. I present to you Dr. Janine Quiroz, our moderator for this second panel.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Josephine Flowers and I'm sitting in for Dr. Quiroz. Will not be with us this morning. So I am the moderator for this segment. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So to begin, we have three presenters in this. The first person, I'll introduce them. Our first presenter is Delmi Cornilo. Delmi hails from Trio in a small village in Toledo district. She graduated with a master's degree in international human resource development and is currently pursuing a PhD in business administration from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. She's a former football player for the Belize national women's team and female champion of La Ruta Maya River Challenge. Delmi is now representing Belize as a professional paddler and an active member of Seekers Dragon Boat Club in Taiwan. As an athlete and professional in a male-dominated world, Delmi hopes that her past, current, and future research findings on gender-related issues can be of reference for policymakers and institutions aiming to achieve gender equality in Belize. Delmi is going to present on gender roles and stereotypes among female managers.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, Belize and everyone abroad. It's actually Friday here in Taiwan, 1:10 a.m. So it is morning still. I was very glad that the previous presentations kind of opened the floor for my paper. And the title of my paper is Gender Role Stereotypes and Attitude Towards Women Managers. And this is a comparison study on Taiwan and Belize. And why did I choose this topic? I am, as mentioned previously, an athlete and usually playing sports that are considered for males, in particularly my culture. And I think a lot of females face these gender stereotypes in anything we do. This is a topic that probably is not really talked about that much, but it's very much rooted in ourselves from a very young age in our society. So although we've seen an increase in the participation of women in different areas of society, there is still a huge underrepresentation of what are traditionally considered male-dominated roles. So I wanted to do this study as a comparison between two countries that are pretty much different. And I wanted to know if gender role stereotypes are still displayed in these countries that are different. For example, Belize is a developing country, Taiwan a developed country. Belize, although we've improved, we still have a low representation of women, particularly in the ministerial and executive level. And on the other hand, Taiwan not only has the highest number of women lawmakers in Asia, imagine so many women are actually voicing when a law is passed on. So that's very important. Also, Taiwan is the top country in Asian 8 in the world for equal rights to men and women. So the purpose of this study, of course, is to study the relationship between gender and attitude towards women managers, and also to study the relationship between gender role stereotypes and attitude towards women managers in Belize and Taiwan. So the significance of the study, it was important not only to dismiss and support the hypothesis, but also to contribute to Belize's literature, and pretty much is limited when it comes to gender stereotypes and also in Taiwan. And most importantly, to monitor the current situation regarding this topic in Belize, and also provide some recommendations to achieve gender equality. Literature, of course, supported there is a relationship between gender and attitude towards women managers, and usually in these studies, male participants display a more negative attitude towards women managers as compared to the female counterparts. And gender role stereotypes and attitude towards women managers. Also, literature supports that, you know, the stereotypes that are associated to women do not really match those traits that are required to hold a managerial role. And men are labeled by society as possessing those traits. After the literature, we had 6 hypotheses that were tested. And because of time, I'll just go directly into the research findings. Here is just some of the statistical data presented, but because of time, I'll just go to the summary of the research findings. So the research findings show that there is a significant relationship between gender and attitude towards women managers. And indeed, female respondents in this study from both countries showcase a more favorable attitude towards women managers than the male counterparts. So gender does play a role in the way someone perceives the capabilities of a woman manager. And also in Taiwan, as after the hypotheses were tested, gender role stereotypes do not influence the individual's attitudes toward women managers. So in other words, the presence of these stereotypes are not really that affecting the attitude that people have towards a woman that is a manager. In Belize, however, the gender role stereotypes highly influence individual attitudes towards women managers, according to the study. So why studying gender role stereotypes? I'm very passionate. I think I'm a very passionate person in regards to women and how we perceive ourselves and how people perceive ourselves. And gender role stereotypes, like I said before, is a problem that is like really deeply rooted in us, in society. And yes, we might say that we need to change our perception of ourselves as women. But really, when you grow in this environment where women are not seen as capable leaders, women are seen more like, you know, they belong in the kitchen, or, you know, when we grow up in this society, it also affects the way we look at ourselves, the way people look at ourselves. And someone once told me in public that women just need to step out. They need to step out and just, you know, just grab opportunities. And that's great. We do have women like that in society, we can see, and that's why we have more presence of women. But why make the life of our younger ones, our little girls, so complicated when we have tools or ways that we can use to change the way we perceive women? And, you know, that will also change the way we perceive ourselves. And so here I go to the practical implications that this study brings. And first, develop training programs on leadership and gender equality to increase counter stereotypical role models. After talking about politics and hearing everything, it's so important that we have these counter stereotypical role models, especially in politics. And not only to have young girls look up to these women, but also to have representation when a law is made, to make sure there is enough women up there to say, hey, listen, we're not paying attention to certain policies. So we have to develop trainings in leadership and gender equality, and to encourage women to partake in these political movements, for example. And this can be implemented from a governmental level and also from a business perspective. But then again, I go back to education is like the most important tool that we have to change that mentality and to change those stereotypes that we have. Again, I was part of sports that were not considered to be for a female. So I know how it feels to be excluded when from activities that I was or am very much passionate about in school. So it is very important that the Ministry of Education sits, and I hope that some women can join me when I'm back in Belize to have a sit down and really look. They need to look at the curriculum and do a complete revision. Train principals, train teachers, counselors on gender equality, be inclusive. And then career day is a typical example. A lot of times the books that we use, in schools have males as doctors, as firefighters. And so we're starting to create an image of what a female should be like, or what career a female should pursue. And that's why it's important also to emphasize gender equality when we are promoting STEM career paths, especially in schools. For the human, the HR part, which is like what I was studying, we should develop parental leaves. Again, this is a topic that is not really talked about. We always talk about maternal leave, maternal leave, maternal leave. What about parental leave? This also creates a stereotype. The fact that you're giving just a maternal leave, you're telling me that the lady she's the only one responsible for taking care of the kids. And both are parents, right? So nursery programs to promote work balance, and this can also be done from a HR perspective. And of course, again, I use Taiwan, to me, a role model when it comes to representation of women in society. And it's no casualty that they just have these, good numbers. They also have a Gender Equity Act, Gender Equality and Employment Law, and they have so many good policies for inclusion of women in all areas of society. And so also it is important that, that we keep researching, and of course I'm devoted to do this for the next years of my PhD, on continuing this researching on these issues, going really deeply into what is the problem, and presenting these data to the institutions that are responsible for policy making. We can focus on gender role stereotypes and its effect on women in politics, because this also affects how the voters view a lady running. Also conduct case studies to analyze the national gender policy that we have, how effective it is. Is it being implemented? Like, what are the programs? Study the current programs, budget, performance indicators within the Women's Department, one of the entities responsible for that. And of course, qualitative studies to analyze top executives' perception on women mobility within organization and hiring, since we're talking about, women managers. So thank you. This is a summary of what my paper entails.
I want to say thank you very much for your presentation, Nimi. And I am not sure, I think we might want to ask you questions now since the time difference is so bad and it's time for you to go to bed.
Yes.
And so we have one comment we have two comments in the chat. No, they are coming in more. One is, it says the actual presence of women seems to matter. Once there's a critical mass, perhaps stereotype matters less. Why is the onus only on women to change, not society as well? And I guess when you talk about education, that is one way it will happen, through education.
And remember, I like when I was talking about education, I was not talking just about educating girls.
Formal, no.
I was not talking about just educating girls. It's about educating both boys and girls, just to live in an inclusive society.
And then this one is a statement more than a question. It says, how often is it women bring down other women? So we ourselves, sometimes they say women are the women's worst enemy. That is something like that.
And also I think this comment goes really back to gender stereotypes, because if you as a woman grow, thinking that, oh, this is my place in society, there is no way I can go out of that. When you see someone else going out of that, of what you think it's the perfect role, then you're going to start to criticize rather than,
And then next comment is just saying that, look, we were given the opportunity, the UDP convention, and that was held as women, the opportunity to embrace a change in women in politics was given, but not capitalized. Again, we are not sure what was the reason, but again, it's what we choose, and women were most of the people who represented there were women. So I guess they vote for whoever direction they tell them to go to. Then it says, how would you encourage women to overcome the gender stereotype?
And again, we go back to, the programs, the trainings, the fact that we have brave women already like occupying leadership positions. Use your platform to encourage others to let's unite, let's do a meeting, like when I go back to Belize, let's sit down, create workshops, training for people to change that mentality, because it goes back to that problem that is rooted within ourselves.
Okay, and then we'll look at one more because we need you to go, and then you can hang around if you want to answer more questions in the end. It says, they say good morning to you. It said you mentioned in your findings identify the existence of inequality among women as managers in Belize. Why do you think this stereotype exists here in Belize in comparison to Taiwan? That's an interesting one.
Yeah, and I also made mention of the policies that Taiwan has that are a lot. They have gender act, like gender act, like, they have so many policies for the inclusivity of women in education, in business, in politics. And we so far as I know, national gender policy, and what else do we have? So exactly, so that is, we don't pay attention to the curriculum in schools. And of course, how can you, when we have, this is not like male versus females, but really, how can you look at something when it's not really affecting you? How can you look at the curriculum if it's not affecting you?
Okay, we want to say thank you very much. And you are the generation to come. So you will be providing the leadership for the future. So when you're finished, you have a lot of work to do in Belize, and maybe you could be the one who will formulate some of these policies that we need. So thank you very much. You can sit around, or we'll see you
Thank you
later.
so much. It's time to
Okay.
sit here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Bye-bye. Okay, that one was good. So we go to a second presenter, Cici Castillo. Cici Castillo has been a lecturer for the University of Belize for almost 13 years and have served in various administrative capacities, such as program coordinator for the National Resource Management Program, and as chair of the science department. She holds a master's degree in natural resource management with a concentration in coastal and marine environmental resource management from the University of the West Indies. Ms. Castillo has worked with the Belize Federation of Fishers and various fishing associations throughout Belize in identifying alternative livelihood projects, as well as increasing fisher folks' understanding about climate change, marine protected areas, fisheries, and organizational management. Her research interest is in socio-ecological system, present areas management, protected area management, fisheries governance, and climate change impact on ecosystem, goods and services, as well as gender dimension of these topics. Ms. Castillo is also a member of the Microplastic and Ocean Acidification Research Team at the University of Belize. And she today will be presenting on women in leadership position in protected area management in Belize. Welcome, Ms. Castillo.
All right, a pleasant good morning. Just doing a microphone check if everyone can hear me. Yes, thanks. So thank you for the invite. And it's a pleasure to be joining everyone here today. I understand being the first research symposium of its kind. Unlike previous presenters, I must say that what I have prepared was particularly something for discussion points for a forum such as this one. And so what I will be sharing is preliminary findings of a study that has commenced looking at women leadership in protected areas management in Belize. So a quick overview. I was asked to link gender and conservation, and I must start by stating that historically, women were excluded from leadership roles and decision-making bodies due to traditional societal norms. I think it has been a theme throughout this conference so far. And within the conservation team, there has been lots of advocacy work, grassroots movements and research where women were finally recognized and identified as major resource users who would be greatly impacted by environmental degradation, but also due to their roles in families and communities, they can also influence how the resource is used. Therefore, women in conservation, it became something at the forefront, particularly post the 1992 Rio Convention, the Earth Summit, and where the Convention of Biological Diversity started to acknowledge women, mostly in its preamble, but it also had many articles that were gender sensitive. The United Nations Framework on Climate Change Convention also assisted in fostering and infusing more of gender sensitivity within the conservation and natural resource management fields through the Cancun agreements and Paris agreements, which also embedded financing mechanisms for developing countries such as Belize, and they mainstream gender equality within their policies and framework of these financing mechanisms, such as the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Global Environmental Funds, etc. And because of these mechanisms, and we recognize that conservation work is driven by available funds, we know that in Belize, conservation projects have deliberately taken initiatives to involve women in these projects being executed in communities. So due to the fact that there's this driving force behind the current movement that we're seeing, we also look at the fact that literature when it comes to gender and conservation merged together, it's pretty much limited, but it does exist more so for initiatives taken in communities at the community level through these conservation projects. However, when we look at the organizational structures of the organizations working in the natural resource management field or conservation, there is much less literature available when we're looking at leadership. Even though leadership and inclusivity are recognized as fundamental to conservation success, the women's leadership, their aspirations within conservation and natural resource management is pretty much understudied. In an assessment done by Solomon 2019, he further indicated that conservation organizations fail to consider gender within their own institutions and tend to view gender as an issue only for community developments. And the fact that this is done, we sometimes miss the fact that gender is, there's still women, and I'll mostly speak of women. There are studies indicating that women are still being excluded in external facing projects in organizations that work in the conservation natural resource management sector, not only in projects, but also in programs and also at the research and policy setting contexts. And because of that, it is very essential for studies to be done in assessing what is guiding gender equality within organizations working in the conservation sector. For the purpose of this forum, I designed a survey that was sent out to executive directors of NGOs with co-management agreements with the Forest Department or the forest, the Fisheries and the Forest Department here in Belize. And we looked at women leadership at two different levels. We looked at it at the executive director post within these conservation organizations with co-management agreements with either the Belize Fisheries Department and the Forest Department. And also we attempted to look at what is the data showing if with regards to gender composition, does it differ based on organizations that have co-management with the Forest Department or with the Fisheries Department. So what we found is that there are 9 NGOs that have co-management agreements with these entities being the Belize Forest Department and the Belize Fisheries Department. I must acknowledge that there are many other types of entities that also hold co-management with the Forest Department. For example, there are 11 community-based organizations that are also involved in natural resource management in Belize. And with regards and specific to the Fisheries Department, they also have co-management with a board of trustees. For the purpose of this preliminary study, we concentrated only on the NGOs involved. From these 9 NGOs, 3 of them have co-management agreements with the Belize Fisheries Department. 2 out of these 3 also have co-management with the Forest Department, making it a total of 8 different NGOs that have co-management with the Forest Department. The data is showing that 44% of executive directors overall are females and 56% are males, with a difference of about 11%. When we looked at it by sector, and by that I mean NGOs that have co-management with the Forest Department as compared to those that have co-management with the Fisheries Department, we saw that within organizations that have co-management with the Forest Department, that there's an equal representation, 50% males and 50% females at the executive director level. However, when we look at it for organizations that have co-management agreement with the Fisheries Department, we see a shift occurring, where 67% of the executive directors are males and 33% are females. The survey also looked at other factors. Research has shown that there are other intersectionality factors that influence who is included in natural resource management and conservation work around these decision-making bodies. And so we looked at the age structure of the executive directors, and we saw that in both scenarios, both female and males, executive directors within these organizations are primarily between the ages of 35 to 45 years. Working experience in the field, women executive directors had much more work experience in the conservation field as compared to their male counterparts, whereby 50% of the male executive directors had 1 to 5 years working experience within the conservation natural resource management field. Across the NGO landscape, 75% of the executive directors were found to be of mestizo ethnicity and 25% being of Maya ethnicity. When it came to the women, 100% of the women executive directors identified with the mestizo ethnicity. And I must refer back to all the previous presenters that nationally the mestizos comprise is one of the bigger ethnicity groups for Belize, comprising 52.9% of our population, and Mayas, the Maya ethnicity being the 3rd largest with 11.3% of the national population. When we look at education of the executive directors and of the women that are at the helm of their organizations, we found that all women executive directors had a graduate degree, while in terms of the male executive directors, 75% had undergraduate degrees and 25% graduate degree. So this is pretty much interesting because what research has shown is that women's role in positions of power and leadership, it does increase with their level of education. But what this is also demonstrating though, it can also mean that women at these positions need to prove themselves a bit more than their male counterparts that are within the executive director posts at these organizations. Now at the board of directors level, we found that 67% were males and 33% were females. So that was the overall composition of board of directors for these NGOs with co-management agreements. Based on research, several authors have noted that decision-making bodies need to include at least 30% women for them to effectively influence decisions. So at the national level, we can see that we are at that threshold. When we look at it based on co-management agreements with the Forest Department or with the Fisheries Department, we found that organizations with co-management agreement with the Fisheries Department, they had less female representation at the board of director level, with 21% being female and 79% being male, so a difference of 58%. And so within that sector, we fell short of the recommended 30% threshold, but that is met with organizations that have co-management with the Forest Department. If we would go a bit further and we would analyze this data by organization, we would find that some NGOs, board of directors, their compositions are all male, and this can be attributed to how the board of directors are selected. It can speak also to the organizations and sectors they represent. In one particular example, the board of directors was comprised of community leaders, and given the area where the organization operates and the societal norms of those communities, all the community leaders were male, and hence the board of that NGO, it's all men. What we found for Belize is not really far from what is being portrayed globally. For example, GLASS 2015 found that the number of women occupying leadership positions on many conservation boards in Norway remain pretty small, despite the research showing that there's improved environmental performance and financial sustainability of organizations with gender diverse boards. Going a bit farther, when we look at the position that is seen as that of authority and power, the chair of the board of directors, when we look at the gender of the chair of the board of directors, 87% were males and 13% were females. The organizations that have co-management with Forest Department had the 14% female, and the co-managers with the Fisheries Department, the chair of the boards were 100% male. And this data supports the notion that men continue to be perceived to be decision makers and leaders in most contexts, both within conservation, natural resource management organizations. But literature has it that it's also perceived that way in communities where conservation work is being undertaken. And I know that my time is up, so if you allow me, when we looked at the organizational structure of these NGOs, we found that 71.83% were males that were hired by NGOs with co-management agreements with the Belize Fisheries Department. 28.17% were females, and this variation didn't really vary based on sector. And that can be attributed to a limiting factor that due to the two organizations that overlap, that have co-management with both the Forest Department and the Fisheries Department. And definitely there needs to be further research in this area because we need to see what are the roles of those of the 27% females that are hired within these organizations. Traditionally or based on research, it would indicate that traditional gender roles are commonly reflected in conservation organizations. For example, women would often occupy interpretive, communicative, and administrative roles, and men would be overrepresented in positions that are more leadership-oriented, risk-taking, and involved in field work. And so that's the next step for this study. When we asked the respondents if there has been an improvement within the conservation field for women, if opportunities have increased, there was a resounding yes. 100% of the respondents agreed that there was, and this can be seen. They attributed to their response basically because of the fact that we now have women leading community-based organizations and non-governmental organizations. They are placing higher within the organizational structure. They recognize that women are now more educated and better qualified. That now technology and social media has increased the challenges that women face increased awareness of the challenges women face in conservation and academia. They recognize that there's more of an enabling environment now, especially with the Equal Opportunities Bill, and the perception that is changing that women can do the same work as men. In conclusion, change is noticeable in the field of natural resource management, with 45% of the executive directors of local conservation NGOs being women. Women in executive director positions are highly qualified with many years of working experience in the field as opposed to male counterparts. Patriarchal societal norms are still impacting women in the conservation field, seen in the composition of board of directors, as well as the overall gender distribution seen within organizational structures. Based on sectors, the fisheries sector is more male dominated at both the executive director post and at the board of directors level. And key positions such as chair of the board of directors remain male dominated, reflecting societal and cultural norms. In the future, I think this will be changing given the momentum that we have currently on the ground in the field of conservation and natural resource management. And currently there's the Gender Equality and Vulnerable Groups Climate Change Action Plan 2022-2027 that is being developed for Belize. So yes, I'm expecting that organizations will take a closer look at internal structures as well as the conservation projects they're implementing in the field. Recommendations, local NGOs should consider gender within their own institutions, not only in the projects that are being carried out. We need funding to assess the impact of conservation projects, post-project implementations to validate meaningful transformative engagements, and not only increasing participants, women participants in projects. We need gender disaggregated data to show the number of women and men involved in conservation and natural resource management so that we can demonstrate the impacts of including women, but also to understand how women are involved and what power and agency they have over conservation and resource management in Belize. And definitely, there's going to be further research to look at how this data compares with the smaller, less structured organizations involved in natural resource management, such as the community-based organizations functioning in Belize. With that, thank you. I know I went beyond my time. So I guess I must thank the previous presenters that took less time, kind of balance out.
Thank you very much. And then if you hold at the end, when we are finished with our next presenter, then we'll have some questions for you. Our third presenter is Dr. Yanira Oliveras Ortiz. Dr. Yanira Oliveras Ortiz is an associate professor and the assistant director of the School of Education at the University of Texas at Tyler. Prior to joining the UT Tyler faculty, she spent 20 years in K-12 education, where she served as a teacher, curriculum coordinator, and school principal. Dr. Oliveira's research agenda and service focuses on the advancement in instructional leadership and supervisors in Belize. She is the recipient of a CARSI grant from the U.S. Embassy Belmopan to collaborate with the Belize Ministry of Education in building teachers and school leaders in instructional capacity. Dr. Oliveras holds a bachelor's science in elementary education, a master's in education, and a PhD in curriculum and instructions from Penn State University. Welcome, Dr. Yanira Ortiz.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can somebody in Zoom make sure that you can hear me?
We can hear you, Dr. Oliveras.
Thank you. So my research is focused on Belizean women and educational leadership. I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I started this research as the moderator, not Miss Quiroz, I can't remember her name, my apologies, mentioned. I'm a former school principal. So I spent 20 years in elementary primary schools in Texas and in Puerto Rico, where I'm originally from. So when I started coming to Belize 6-7 years ago, I became fascinated and really fell in love with Belizean women and in leadership, especially in the Toledo district, where I've spent most of my time. I was at the time a professor of educational leadership. So understanding the challenges of Belizean women in these remote villages became my research and really what drove our study abroad trips. Used to be that we visited the schools and we facilitated some volunteer work, but then when I started coming, we shifted to understanding leadership, since the students that we were bringing were in the educational leadership principal certification program at UT Tyler. So the study that I'm sharing today, and I'm really only sharing one case study out of many interviews I've conducted, but this one in particular highlights the challenges faced by women in educational leadership. So I began by just studying general, challenges, principals in rural Belize were experiencing, but then quickly realized that Mayan women in particular face challenges that others might not face. So I conducted a qualitative study. As I mentioned, there's multiple case studies within this study, but for today, I'm going to focus on one. We set up interview questions, but then we told the students, once you are in the interview, when we're in the interview, we can, just make it more organic and ask questions, follow-up questions, based on what the principals are saying. So this, and those interviews have become really powerful and learning experiences for our students, especially as they go into the principalship in the United States, where the resources that they have are so vast, right? So we, as a former principal, we always had something to complain about. We don't have this and we don't have that. Well, that changed when we started coming to Belize because we realized how much we had, right? So two of the leadership styles that have been prevalent throughout my research, especially here in Belize, is transformational leadership and servant leadership. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the framework or the theoretical framework, just because the story is where the power is and the lessons are. But this transformational leaders really focus on their followers. So in this case, the principals really focus on their teachers and their needs. And they model an expected high ethical behavior. They are inspirational and really compel their followers, their teachers, to share their value and share, have common goals and share value, vision. They intellectually stimulate their teachers by soliciting their input and challenging their assumptions. So this is transformational leadership, and it is happening here in Belize, in the schools in Toledo. They're also servant leaders, and servant leadership is defined as, when you as the leader are concerned for others and their needs come first. You also set them up for success on a regular basis. That is your role as the leader, is to make sure that you are serving others so that they can be successful. And think about it as a principal, what better way to lead than to prepare your teachers to be successful and really do what's best for the students. And then make sure that when there's success, the credit goes to those teachers, to your followers. But then when there's failure, it's really on you as the leader. Again, these principals that I've had the opportunity to interview, and really they've become friends throughout the years, they have really demonstrated that. And as you think about it, as a leader, if you don't take responsibility for the failures, we have to, if your role is to empower your followers, to empower those teachers that are working with you, if they fail, is on us, right, as leaders. So this woman that I've interviewed and become friends with is a Mopan woman leading a Quechua village school. You as Belizeans know a lot more about the dynamics in these villages, but Quechua women or Quechua Mayans, generally you don't see women in leadership. And actually in my work through the Ministry of Education now with the TED's office, I have had the privilege of working with many principals throughout the last couple of years. And as I was sitting there listening to the previous presentation, how many women are in leadership, I looked at the list of people that I've been interviewing or working with, and of all the principals that I've been working with, and I actually wrote it down because I'm like, I've never thought about it that way. So out of the 12 principals are actively involved in the project in Toledo, Only 3 are women, and they're all 3 Garifuna. In Stan Creek, there's 11 out of the 17 are women. None of them are Mayan. They're all Garifuna or Mestizo. So this Mayan principle is really very rare. And as I thought through all my visits to the schools that I've been working with, I can't think of any other Mayan principal that I've had the opportunity to work with in Toledo. So we talked with her for a couple of hours. Like, she made us cry. We laughed. It's her story is amazing. So as you know, or you might not know, when I asked her about the challenges that she faced, or when the students asked her, because I was just sitting there listening, one of the major things that struck us was the limited resources, financial resources that they had. She said, this year I started my academic year with $40. And I was just like mind blowing, right? Because as a former principal in the United States, my budget was probably $500,000 US for a school that was, of course, had 900 students, but still $40 to start the school year was a challenge. Well, when we continued to talk, she said, but that wasn't my biggest challenge. And I'm like, how can that not be your biggest challenge as a principal? And she said, my biggest challenge was our cultural language differences. So she, as a Mopan woman, comes to lead a school where all the teachers are catchy men. So she had to, even the assistant principal was catchy men. So she had to, navigate, earn their trust and their respect, because as a Mopan woman, that she's in a village where there's no women leaders around her. So the cultural differences and that language difference was huge for her. And she said that was the biggest challenge, because she felt like, how am I gonna lead a community that doesn't trust me as a principal or as a leader because of my gender? She said she was very blessed to have followed this. She was the second women principal at that school. So the previous principal actually told her, this is what the pains I went through when I first came here, because she didn't expect those. So she did have somebody that she followed in that role, and that other Mayan woman also empower her through, sharing her experiences. But she said she understood that she needed to earn the trust of the village leaders, el alcalde, the church leaders, the village chairman, to then earn the trust of the community. She also talked about having to build relationships with teachers and parents by using an interpreter at all times, especially with the parents, because she didn't speak the language of the community. So she faced challenges that, again, the $40, she said, that was not a big deal. I'm used to that. But having to, and at that time, she was either first year or second year principal. So she had been placed in this school without preparation, without, she would just, they believed she could do it, so they sent her there. And she has had a lot of success, but her journey at the beginning was really difficult. She also talked about the value of education and the perception within the village of the value of education, and how she constantly encouraged parents to continue to let the students come to school and help them, support them as to move on to high school. But she said that the perceptions was that it wasn't worth the return on investment wasn't worth it, because then when they came back or finished high school, they would come back to the village, but there was no job. So why would they spend money on sending them out of town to high school when they would come back and not have a job? So she had to help them understand and educate them on how, you can really use the education to improve your life and move forward. So she said that was a huge challenge, and she shared her story and she used her story. She had a father and a mother, of course, but she had a father that was really, told her, you will go to school, you will complete your education, you will go to the university. So she really credited her father for a lot of work, her achievement. And if you think about it, he was a feminist for sure. And if you think about it, in the Mayan culture, having a feminist father, it's unique, yeah. So she really, and I guess goosebumps every time I think about that, because I remember my own father, he had 3 daughters, and how he empowered us to do whatever, like he said, you don't have limits, whatever you want, you will get to do, right? So she also talked about and I'm going to skip, she talked about the Mayan girls and how she had to fight parents. Like she said, I would go to their houses, look for them, because once the girls reached 14, regardless of whether they were in standard 4, 5, or 6, they would stop sending them to school. So she had, again, to fight that and really help the parents understand the importance of education. And again, she used herself as a model of, look, I've done it, they can do it, they can, achieve and move forward. So those expectations were big challenge. She said some of them wouldn't even let them take the test in 6th grade, which I can't think of right now. The one at the standard 6, yeah. Yeah, the PSE. So they wouldn't let them take it, because why would they spend their time, because they weren't going to high school. So she really had a lot of battles to fight to keep the girls in school. And she said, when we interviewed her, she said, I've made progress. It's not, where I want it to be, but I've made significant progress. She said, if I can keep a couple of girls here, from the group, I can, I've succeeded. So again, she continues to work. She's in a different village now, but she continues to work. And, she experienced some of those same challenges from the value of education and the Mayan girls' expectations. She's experienced them in both villages. So another challenge she had was school support. She felt like the parents expected the school to support them, and she took on that, and she was very proud of the support she provided parents. But then that lack of parent involvement in the school was another challenge that she continuously faced. She talked about always having gas, like she would go into town and get gas into some containers, and then she would have it either at her home or at school for those that needed it, because they're about an hour from town. So she always had gas, and she always said, I don't want you to pay me back. This is my way of supporting you, but you need to pay me back by getting involved in the school. So she, I'm not sure how she paid. I guess she probably paid out of her own pocket, because the $40 was not enough for sure for the gas. So then lack of leadership preparation. And this is something that she and I talked a lot about. She said, I had to learn a lot about what is leadership on my own, because I was placed here because they believe I could do the job, not because I was prepared to take on that role as a principal. And that's something that through my work in the last couple of years with the ministry, I've found out that we can train our teachers, but we need to change the perception of our principals of what is effective instruction if we're going to see changes in the classrooms. And people have talked about the curriculum and how we need to look at that, but we also need to look at what principal preparation, make sure that we don't continue to cycle, because there's research that shows that we will implement what we've learned or how we learned, right? And the teachers, we can prepare them and show them all the best practices that we can, but when they go back, they're going to do what the principal says, right? So we need to make sure that when we are thinking about the curriculum, we also think about how we preparing our leaders so we can break this cycle. And then I've already talked about the lack of financial and instructional resources. Their schools, both of them, have no electricity and no water. That was never mentioned. Like that was that's a fact. So the challenges of being a Mayan woman in a Akechi village were a lot more overwhelming than no electricity and $40 for the entire school year. So I'm going to make sure that I catch up with the time. So the conclusions are really, and I wish I had waited to write the conclusions after I've been listening to this morning, because my research always focuses on leadership and how can we improve the leadership. But really it talks about the power of education that it has, and having somebody that it's your, like we can, like you talked about, we stand on other people's shoulders. So this principal had another principal that supported her, and also a feminist father that supported her. And she has accomplished great things. Like, she's well known in Toledo. If you know, if you say her name, people will know who she is in Toledo. So, but you know, despite the challenges that women have faced, and this one in particular, her passion, her commitment, and her determination have really, and earning the trust and the from the community, have really made her be a very successful principal. And when I go to the school, she still has a majority of male teachers in her school, but they think the world of her. That's a very interesting. She's also married to a teacher, and he is very quiet, very unassuming man, a Maya man, and she's the leader in that household. So she is committed to the future of her village and her people, and but she does understand the dynamics and the politics, and has understood that she needs to earn the respect and the trust of the male leaders in her community for her to be able to have an impact on her community. So I could probably talk about her all day, because she's amazing. If you have any questions, I'm free, happy to take those.
Okay. We want to say thank you very much for that presentation. I am definitely interested in that one, because we always look at things from one perspective, and being an educator for the last 40 years, it has opened my eyes. I've experienced some of it, but not as you have presented it. Now we want to look at the last two presentations. If you have any questions, I didn't see anything in the chat, but if you have any questions, can you do it quickly, because we are over our time, but they were very interesting.
I have a question for Dr. Ortiz. I listened to all of what you said, and my mind raced back to 40 years ago, teacher training college, a Mayan woman, and what it meant. She had to actually leave Toledo and work in other parts of the country for some of those pressures. But my question is around the program that you're doing now is with Carsey. Are you factoring culture in the curriculum instruction, principal leadership training, using the unique example of the Mayan community, one, because that can help Belize, and two, are you networking with the leadership groups in Toledo, and are they a part of your instructional training result that you can provide for the rest of the country, as an example? Meaning like Toledo Maya Women's Council, Tide, Belize, they both do programs in schools.
It's a great question. So when we started, and by the way, I do work with a group of Belizeans in that project. So even though my collaboration with the ministry started, and we talked about this project, and I said, I'll write it. I'll be happy to write it. So, but there's a team of Belizeans that have developed all these instruments. But so when we started, I had a very concern. My concern was we're bringing instructional supervision, a model that has been in the United States for years, and we're not taking the context into account. And they said, no, I think we could do it. I think we can, implement this. Well, we have identified and have actually shifted the focus, because I haven't shift the focus on what we're doing, but have had to add activities to develop and shift the culture of supervision, because the context is so different. So we've had to change, like add activities where there's team building, so that the supervisors get to know the teachers, and the teachers get to know the supervisors as people, and not just the authority figure. So there's a lot of, those dynamics that were not taken into account at first, even though I said, I'm worried about this. But, we believe that we had the team that could do it, but, you can't ignore that context. As far as the leadership, I mainly work with the district education center. and the people at that leadership, and then all the principals. But I'm very interested to hear what you said about the Mayan, because at this point in Toledo, all the principals, the 3 female principals are Garifuna. Many or most of the men are Mayan. So I would definitely, and this is the first year, so it's kind of the pilot year, but we'll definitely, I think there's a lot to do as far as leadership. And we've also shifted some of the focus because we realized we weren't focusing enough on the principal. If we're going to make change, we had to focus on the principal and not just provide a supervisor that goes in and supports. So there's been changes because of what we learned over the last year.
Thanks again. Anybody have any other questions, especially for Ms. Castillo, the interesting one about how women are progressing in protected area management in Belize? In some areas, we are making progress, and hopefully when everybody gets together and then it comes back to Belize, we'll see women taking on more leadership positions, because she has a plan. We want to say thank you very much to our presenters. Thank you for sharing your information, your research, because this is what we need in order for us to help our young women or young girls. We need to educate them so that they too can be a part of this leadership that we have going. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for covering for your colleague. Excellent, excellent presentations. Now we're moving right along. We have our panel 3 sessions coming up. And this one is entitled Preserving Culture and Identity While Upending Cultural Constraints. And the moderator for this session will be Dr. Sylvia Cattouse, who is the Dean of Faculty of Business and Entrepreneurship at Galen University. Dr. Sylvia Cattouse has contributed to the development of Belize as a business and management professional, also as a zealous and tireless volunteer and a lifelong proponent of gender equality. She holds an MBA in International Business and International Marketing from UCLA. It's the University of California in Los Angeles, and a Doctor of Education in Organizational Leadership and Higher Education Leadership from Nova Southeastern University in Florida. She is currently the Dean of Faculty of Business and Entrepreneurship at Galen University. She has worked in both the public and private sectors in Belize and the US. Previous to joining Galen University, Dr. Cattouse held numerous positions at the National University, University of Belize, Dean of Enterprise Development, Dean of Administration, Interim Vice President of Finance, several appointments as Chair of the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences. She has lectured for over 20 years at the graduate and undergraduate levels at UWI Kayville, UWI Open Campus, and Galen University. She also coordinated the UWI Kayville MBA and the Nova Southeastern Doctoral Program. She is the founding director of Belize Export and Investment Promotion Unit, which was the predecessor organization to Beltrade, which is the Belize Trade and Investment Development Services. Dr. Cattouse was appointed for numerous terms to the National Women's Commission. The NWC is the advisory body to the government of Belize for the improvement of the lives of women and girls. During her tenure, the NWC developed the National Gender-Based Violence Action Plan and the National Gender Policy. She is passionate about volunteerism and has served on numerous boards and is an avid Rotarian. I give to you a past teacher of mine, Dr. Sylvia Catus.
Thank you, Ian, for your introduction. It is certainly an honor to participate in this historic research conference on Belizean women. Our next panel on preserving culture and identity while upending cultural constraint. Just a reminder to the presentation, when you have 5 minutes remaining, there will be one loud clap sound. And when there are 2 minutes remaining, there will be 2 loud clap sounds. So far, most of our presenters have been staying on track, so I don't think we'll need any of those clap sounds. Our first presenter this morning in this panel is April Martinez. April is from Belmopan, Belize. After obtaining her Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology at Galen University in Belize, she earned her Master's of Arts in Archaeology from Leiden University in the Netherlands. April originally specialized in archaeology and anthropology of Mesoamerica and the Andes and osteoarchaeology. Her research has focused on ethics in archaeology, primarily surrounding how we approach human remains and the sensitivity involving ancient mortuary funerary practices. She joined the University of Belize in 2017 as an adjunct lecturer and became a full-time history and anthropology lecturer in 2018. Her task has been to establish an anthropology program at the university to create more versatile social science options for Belizeans. Along with her colleagues, they created Heritage Education Network Belize, and this was amidst the pandemic. This has jump-started new avenues for research and community engagement. Throughout her years, April has participated in research excavations for the Belize Valley Archaeological Reconnaissance Project, Program for Belize Archaeological Project, and the Maya Research Project. These experiences have allowed April to create versatile learning outcomes in her classes. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Martinez, who will present a role of women's stewardship and promoting cultural heritage. Ms. Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Catus, for that lovely introduction. Thank you to the University of West Indies, Open Campus, Galen University, and the University of Belize for hosting the first conference on Belizean women. This is an exciting moment for all of us, I think. And I hope that we're able to have more of these conferences. I hope it becomes an annual thing. I am pleased to be here. And just as Dr. Catus has mentioned, my presentation is going to be a little bit more unorthodox with a combination of research and experience that my team at the Heritage Education Network Belize has accomplished in the past couple of years. I'm April. Hi. I am a co-founder and co-director at Heritage Education Network Belize. My co-worker that is sitting in the audience is also here as a supporter and benefactor for our network. And we're so pleased that you had invited us to be a part of this conference. So for today, I initially wanted to present solely on the work that Heritage Education Network Belize has been doing for the past 2 years. But I came to realize that we need to talk about one huge factor, and that is women in social sciences, particularly heritage, who we are, what we do, and what we represent in general. And of course, the work that my organization has been doing for the past couple of years. And I would really like the help of the audience, the virtual audience and the audience here, to help us come up with improvements and innovations, because even though we have been talking a lot about leadership and women in leading roles and women that are enrolling in these roles, there's still a little bit of issues that we need to take care of. So the big question, what is heritage? According to Webster's dictionary, it is defined as a property that descends to an heir, right? Something that is transmitted by or acquainted from a predecessor. It is legacy, it is inheritance, tradition. Something possessed as a result of one's natural situation or birthright. Is that a sufficient definition? Does that make sense to you? UNESCO places a little bit more precision on that definition of heritage. They go along to say that heritage is legacy and action. My interpretation is that legacy and action provides all of us with a wealth of resources that we inherit from those before us, our ancestors. We continue to build on these legacies and actions that will, in part, benefit and allow room for growth and change for future generations. It is everyone's interest to conserve, preserve, be stewards of what is most valuable to us as humans. UNESCO believes that it is imperative that we not only preserve the thing that we see and touch and taste, the tangible, but we must also preserve the green and the unseen, the intangible. So now you're all looking at me kind of wondering, what is heritage preservation? What is heritage? What does that mean? What is intangible? What is tangible? What is culture? Central to our understanding, our role on this planet is the concept of culture. As an anthropologist, culture is learned behavior. It is not something that is standstill. It is ever changing and it is ever growing. Every one of us has cultures, many cultures actually. It is not just simply ethnic. It is not just simply social. It is a combination of all attributes that makes us human beings. So you would think that it would be easy to define culture. It's actually one of the hardest concepts to understand because it doesn't stand still. It is very natural and cultural to not define something as culture. And I know that does not make sense, but it is the point of culture. Argue that culture makes us uniquely human. But in our field of anthropology, we have constantly learned that animals have various cultures. In my particular field, we have learned to understand that animals connect with each other more through mortuary practices, through mating practices, through funerary practices. Therefore, it's not just unique to humans anymore. Culture can be shared. It can be passed down from individuals and generation to generation, and it is learned. As I said before, it changes over time and it transcends from one space to another. It overlaps in so many ways and it is contested. And one of the key components is that humans will never simply agree on what culture is. We will always argue about it. We will always think that the other is right about it. And we will always believe that one culture has right over the other. And that entire concept is human culture. But of course, culture has the tangible, which I would more likely to, the best way to explain it is that it is something physical, something you can see, something you own, a pot, an earring, a dress, something that is seen, it is visible. But culture is also intangible. It is ideological, it is behavioral. These are the stories that you keep in mind that are passed down from your ancestors. These are manifestations. I think that that is the best way I can explain heritage. And I don't know if I lost you, but I hope I didn't, because it's very important for what's about to happen next. Okay. So I'm here to kind of discuss Heritage Education Network Belize and to talk about women and heritage. But the role of women in heritage is globally seen as visible and invisible. I was listening to the conversations this morning and the presentations, and it's just such a wonderful feeling to see all of the women that are taking up space. I love it. But we need more footing at the table. And the reason I say that is because women in heritage particularly are visible and invisible at the same time. And I know that I can keep making no sense, but what do I mean by this? Women in heritage preservation have stemmed from women being the carriers of ethnic traditions, the women that pass down language, the women that take care of gender equality. It is the women that do this. When you are learning to speak, you speak the mother tongue. And I know that that is what we call it, but it is the reality. It is your mother's tongue. Rarely do you get to learn a language from your father. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that fathers are out there teaching their kids, but you speak the language that your mother taught you. You have the accent that your mother taught you. And that is what is preserved in you. You could be a Creole person living in the United States, but if your mother has that Creole accent, guarantee you that not going with you. It stays regardless of how well you articulate English, because your mouth phrases it in the way that your mother has taught you. You can't let go of that. So women are the engineers behind keeping the things we hold near and dear alive. We are the movers, we are the shakers behind cultural fairs and festivals and fine arts, and we're the ones that are trying to keep and preserve what is everybody's business. So that would mean then that we have important roles, and we have leadership roles, and we are the ones that are seen and heard. But if you Google women in heritage, the research is centered on how to uplift women in heritage spaces. It is how to preserve the role that women play in heritage, or how to bring more women to the forefront. And the author is more often than not a man. And that is ironic to me. Another strange reality is that more and more women are joining the social sciences field in academia. But if I flash back to 5 to 10 years ago, when myself and my colleague Sylvia were graduating from Galen University, Sylvia was the only female that graduated with her degree in archaeology. I was one of two the year after. And even though the social science field is small, in Belize particularly, there's still a low enrollment altogether for women. Globally though, women are joining more social science fields. And you could argue that it's because in Belize we haven't yet figured out how to provide proper jobs and so forth for women in social sciences, and that is another research altogether. But particularly in archaeology, women in Belize have more enrollment. I know, right? Kind of weird. So particularly in archaeology, while women enrollment is high, we are not seeing them in the workforce. So there are a lot of women out there, and I will show them in a bit, that have their degrees in archaeology, but we don't see them in archaeology. So why is that happening? Right? There is a gap. Something happens between undergraduate and graduate studies where we see that there is a high enrollment of women, and then it becomes less and less in graduate studies, then in their PhDs, and then in tenured jobs. The truth is that even though we are seeing high enrollment of women taking on the social science fields in academia and in research, this is still a male-dominated field. Women often cannot secure tenured jobs, and rarely do they get the opportunity to hold decision-making positions. That is why the leadership conversation was so important to me, because who really runs the show? We have a seat at the table, but we are still not heard. This makes me think of an article that I read that was authored by a woman by the name of Hong Man King, and she was the Director General of the National Museums of Korea. And she was also an expert in heritage and museums field. She had stated that the perception of women who sit on government committees are usually classified as voiceless. In other words, they're there to fill a quota. They're not there to actually be heard. And this is the case for women in heritage fields. We are often seen, again, as the creators of the craft. We are the preserver of the language, but we are not allowed then to take our voice to the next level, right? We are not taken seriously. We're not listened to, we're not heard. And our ideas are probably brought to the table, but then they're swept under the rug afterwards. So you know how you have a meeting with everybody, and then the men go and have their meetings in their boys' club? That is where the decisions are actually made. So as much as we admire the resilience of women in heritage, we admire the resilience of Indigenous women, we admire their leadership and their ability to adapt to societal changes. However, that is kind of the problem. We expect that women will just adjust to the societal change, instead of society making the changes for cultural conservation. So we rely on the women to do it. We rely on the women to bend over backwards and adjust to societal changes, hoping that whatever they preserve stays preserved, but the rest of society goes on, which doesn't help any of us to conserve heritage the way we should. In Belize, we have so many outstanding women in the heritage field. We have archaeologists, academics. Do you know them? Do you know the extraordinary works that they have contributed to the area of study? No, you don't, because they're not the ones running the show. In Belize, we see various organizations run by women. Particularly, you have MSMEs, you have cooperatives that are run by Indigenous women. But men usually organize them because they're either multilingual or the women lack digital literacy training. Or your organization will not be branded if it is not pushed by more male-dominated fields and organizers. I highlighted these women in archaeology because in my organization alone, we have 4 women of 4 various different archaeological backgrounds. And as I went around learning more about women in archaeology and in heritage, I realized that we have so many of them out there that are not working in their respective fields, myself included. And it is strange to me that even though we have the space, we have never seen any of these research come to light. Heritage Education Network has a public archaeologist, has a heritage professional, has a paleoethnobotanist, and has an osteoarchaeologist. 4 female archaeologists that run a board for this organization. Pretty sure you don't know any of us. The harsh reality of women in heritage field became clearer when HENB, Heritage Education Network Belize, was created. The board consists of us, and we didn't know that we were a female-led organization. And I know that sounds strange, but it was society that classified us as a female-led organization. We were just 4 friends trying to do a thing. Society branded us as women-led, female-led. And it struck a chord for us afterwards. We were mind blown after our first interview, like, oh, yeah, that's cool. But that was not part of the planning process for our organization. We saw ourselves as 4 professionals in our designated fields who have something to bring to the table. Each of us with our own unique skills that can contribute to aiding the Belizean community as best as we could. It was a wake-up call for us. And though we all agree that women are the caretakers of heritage in society, we seldomly see or hear them as a driving force in the research sector. We are blinded by the prestige that when we highlight women during Women's Month, but we are still saying things like first female mechanical engineer, first female party leader candidate, first woman in IT, first female-led organization in heritage, the only female-led organization in heritage. I Googled it 3 times just to make sure, because I was mind-boggled by the fact that in Belize, HENB is the only and first female-led nonprofit heritage organization. I am proud to say that we are all archaeologists by training and on our board of 4, but we are also versatile. We have our skills, we have our visions, we have our own driving ambitions that basically make HENB what it is. Our board consists of tourism and heritage professionals, but we are also a community built by volunteers with various skills as well. We would be nothing without our volunteers. I even had a weird conversation with a young man that said, yeah, I would like to volunteer.
1 more minute, please.
Like it's only for women. And I said, why? Because it's only women that are doing it. And I said, we have male volunteers. They just prefer to be in the background. And I guess men don't really like being in the background. So that was a thing for him. A little bit more about Hen B, because they already tell me that I only have 2 more minutes left. Thank you.
That was 5 minutes ago.
Support, build, and create community. That is what we do while educating everybody as much as we can. Even though we are centered in Belize, we have a very good international network. One of our directors, Ella, here she is. Ella, she is from Hungary. Dr. Friedel is originally from the United States, and then Sylvia and I are Belizeans. So we have a very dynamic and versatile team. We try our best to be stewards of heritage by implementing more Belizean-led or Belizean stories. We try to do most of our research about Belize, particularly our culture symposium. And the first time around we did the culture symposium, everyone was like, but I'm not a researcher. Really and truly, you could be just interested in preserving Belizean heritage and you have a story to tell, and we allowed your voice to be heard on our platform. So we try our best to be stewards by creating a platform for anybody that is interested in conserving their heritage. And that is what we have continuously done amidst the pandemic and even after. So I had a lot more to say, but it's not enough time. And on behalf of all of us at Heritage Education Network, we thank you so much for the opportunity to come here and have our voices be heard.
Thank you, April. Let's take a few minutes for questions for Ms. Martinez.
It's not a question so much as a comment.
Surely.
I want to thank you and congratulate you and your board for the heritage education. The fact that there are.
Is there a mic in the room? We're having some difficulty with sound.
You hearing me? No. This one. I was saying that I wanted to congratulate April and the Heritage Education Network Board. I don't think that everything has to have every good thing has a beginning. It has a start. The greatest inventions in the world, the light bulb, the electric car. I had some electric cars at the Spanish Lookout Fair last week. Somebody had to dream it and make it happen. The fact that we have female archaeologists in Belize, women, I hate the word female, I'm sorry, I prefer women. Female songs. The fact that we have women archaeologists who seem to be nameless and faceless, well, you have the space to create a heritage education network, and you are breaking ground for women, young women, not only in Belize, but I think around the world. And that, I think, is an amazing thing. Out of nothing, you've created something. Out of the fact that your faces are hidden, your voices are unheard, you have found a way to bring to light, to shed some light on our culture, to begin to work on cultural preservation. And you did that during the pandemic. That, I think, is to be celebrated. So don't be bothered that you have men out there doing nothing in front and so on, and your faces aren't heard. You are role models. This conference is about Belizean women, about women helping each other, and that's what you're doing. One parallel, I think, a connection between your presentation and Yanira's, that Yanira's presentation focused on, the case study was on a woman, a principal in a Quechua principal in a Quechua school in a village in Toledo. She was leading she's a principal amongst all male teachers. I found that relationship and how, as a woman, she would be preserving the culture in her village where she has to lead men who, because of just a cultural background, may oppose her as the leader. I just thought that that is a wonderful thing to puzzle out. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Martinez, there is a question in the chat from Jovita Kokon. Very insightful. What are some careers in the social sciences that you believe would be excellent for women if they are to be implemented?
I think that research for social sciences is important. It really depends on the field. When you think about social sciences, you know, myself and my colleagues, we're anthropologists, we're archaeologists, but you have various fields. It's a wide range of psychology, philosophy, economics, political science. It stems a wide range. And so I feel like find your niche, think about what it is that you would like to contribute. Think about what's lacking in your society. And if there is not a job out there for you, create it.
Excellent. Any other questions for Ms. Martinez?
I have a comment.
Surely.
Or perhaps a question, I'm not sure. But I thank you for your presentation. And as you were making it, I was smiling when you talk about HEN-B, and you use the acronym. And when you use the acronym, I said, HEN. So there are lots of invisibilities. You speak of in heritage and culture, women are visible and invisible. And it is part of the taking for granted. It's natural, it's normal. This is what women do. And those are the elements you are speaking to your experience with what you're doing to the experience of women overall. And I just wanted to say there are 2 tables that are waiting for you to pull up your stool or your chair. And one of those, because this is what happened in the women's issues table at the women's, you need to bring your issue. I was thinking of a conference I attended for the Central American Black Organization. And in a roundtable discussion, there was a woman with a disability who pulled up in her wheelchair. And everybody was, ooh, ah, etc. But the reality was, if she did not present herself at the table, the issue of women with disabilities would not have been forefront at the table. And so that's one of the tables, women. The other one is the History Association. A major mandate is for us to document, to write our history of Belize. And so the work that you're doing is one of those chapters or component or volumes. And so that's a table that is waiting for you to pull up, take the lead, put it on the table squarely so that we can visibilize it. Because that's my takeaway from your presentation, is that we need to create visibility. I heard you that we are both visible and invisible, but it means that we have to be at the table, be present, put it on there, like everything else we're doing with this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McKay. Dr. Hampton has commented, good blend of research and experience. Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments?
Before we take any more, I just like to do a little promotion. So I had mentioned the Culture Symposium, and we are having that in October, and we are calling for abstracts from now until June. So if any of you lovely women in this conference have something to say, it doesn't have to be proper, well-documented research. If you have anything about Belize that you're interested in, send us your abstracts. We would love to have your presentation at our symposium.
Okay, great. I just want to comment before we go on to the next speaker. I'm not seeing anything else in the chat. That yes, it's important to have a seat at the table. However, we need, as you mentioned, more women in leadership, more women in decision-making, but special kind of lead. We need women who are intentional, who will be transformational leaders, not just leading that particular NGO or organization, but they're looking at the broader picture of transformation.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, April, for that very excellent and enlightening presentation. I wanted to say, I'm channeling Leela Vernon when she said, who said Creole now have no culture? I suspect too, she was thinking too of that invisible, the aspect of the culture that's also invisible. So thank you so very much. Our next presenter this afternoon is Melba Marin Velasquez. She is a doctoral student in the International Multicultural Education Program in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy Studies at Florida State University. Using decolonizing methodologies and approaches, she examines the intersectionality of gender, culture, and education in Indigenous community. Her research focuses on Indigenous knowledge systems and lived experiences of Indigenous peoples. Her current research is with Yucatec Maya healers in Belize, as well as with a Tzul Maya Muslim community in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Mexico. Let us welcome Ms. Marin Velasquez as she presents on Trees of Life, Belizean Yucatec Maya women, herbal healers, and the transfer herbal healing knowledge. Ms. Marin Velasquez.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know about the authors.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to present my work. This research entitled Trees of Life, Yucatec Maya Curanderas and the Transfer of Indigenous Healing Knowledge. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge through this virtual space the connection to Mayab, the land of the Maya, where my umbilical cord is buried, as I stand currently on the land of the Miccosukee, the Muskogee, and the Seminoles. I really appreciate this opportunity, and I thank you for this honor. And I want to start with women. We're talking about women in leadership positions, and I want to talk about the curanderas. And I use purposive sampling. I got help from my former colleagues and from Niche to find these curanderas. And I started first with 3, Doña Anselma Yam, Miss Anastasia Cetina, Miss Aurora Saki. And on March 6, 2020, Doña Anselma passed into ancestorhood, and Miss Valentina agreed to be my next curandera. And I don't call them participants because that is a Western confirming term. And I also want to tell you that I use the names because these women said, use our names, we are the knowledge holders. And Graveline tells us that anonymity strips participants of their personal identities. It objectivizes them, it decontextualizes, and it decollectivizes them. So I wanted to make sure that I was using their names. And when I spoke to these women, visiting them several times before I actually started my data collection, they were telling me about problems that they were experiencing. And it reminded me of splits, of wounds, of rajaduras is what Gloria Sardua calls these wounds and these splits. And they were telling me about, don't call us bruja. We don't like to be called witch. That is something that we are often called. We are also being told that the youths do not want to think about this. It is superstitious. Healing is something that we don't want to have anything to do with. That was the perception they were seeing. And so they thought that their knowledge is going to be lost. And these women, we were talking about invisibility just a while ago, and they feel that exclusion. They feel that their knowledge is being eroded by co-option and power and financial gain within biomedical and other Western institutions. And they feel that that invisibility is not just social, but is cultural and within academic spaces where indigenous knowledges have often been excluded from. And so then I, as a mestiza, as a Caribbean person, as a Central American person, felt that I myself was having that kind of rajadura, that kind of tear, that kind of split in my own identity when I was here in the United States, and I had to check a box. Like race was so alien to me. I knew I was mestiza. I knew that I was that in between identity. And so then I began to think about, okay, how do I do this? And I formulated my research questions. And so those questions that guide this research then is, how do women, Maya or Yucatec women specifically, how do these curanderas who employ indigenous healing frameworks, how do they develop practice and make sense of their knowledge and skills? And the second question that guides this research is, in a global context where indigenous healing practices are increasingly viewed as an alternative wellness system, and yet are questioned as legitimate and scientific medical knowledge, how do these women healers understand the significance of maintaining, transferring, and disseminating their knowledge? And looking at the literature then, the literature was saying that there's this interconnection that already exists. It's dynamic. It is not linear. It is fluid, and that whenever we look at healing and what happens to us, it's because we have imbalances, and these imbalances are not just environmental; they're also social and political. And that knowledge acquisition, the production, the practice and transferal is something that can also be affected. So these indigenous women healers' lived experiences then are hybrid spaces for them to enact their agency, their empowerment, their resistance, and to bring healing to their families, to their communities. And during the pandemic, when I was interviewing them, they told me that it was also for the world. And so I used framing from using indigenous and decolonizing methodology. So I wanted to bring an other view, not just a Western perspective. I wanted to use an indigenous lens to shine light on what these women were doing. And I also looked at tribal critical theory, where Brayboy tells us about having practice and theory be inseparable. And that confirms too indigenous ways of knowing. I also looked at, right, if I'm gonna be working with these women, why not use the Ceiba, the Maya tree of life from Jimenez Estrada? I also looked at Bob et al.'s The Sacred Tree. And so I conceptualized it in multiple dimensions then, looking at the Ceiba and these women being trees of life and anchoring that fifth space between the different directions. So it is connection not only across time, which looks at past, present, and future just interweaving, but across space, connecting the underworld, the physical, and the heavens. And so then, if I look at these women, framing these women as trees of life, I wanted to ground them, to root them in their core values, and look at their growth over the span of their lives. And I used a decolonizing method called talking circles. I did not know how that was going to work during the pandemic. And so I looked at virtual talking circles. This is the first time I have ever heard of virtual talking circles. And talking circles then are used for storytelling to happen in a respectful egalitarian way, where these women can tell their lived experiences, can tell their stories while communing with the ancestors. And I thought that that was an intersection between Western and indigenous forms of knowing. Storied lives and social processes become one. Looking at, I never expected that this space would have been a spiritual space, but the first interview with my first curandera, she brought a plant. And so you think about sentient and non-sentient beings who are all interrelated. That is the relationality that Indigenous scholars talk about. And she had the plant greet me and say hi. So that to me was amazing, that it took almost like a ceremony to do this talking circle. And I was looking for a data analysis method that was Indigenous, and I found only one. And this is by Yankaporta and Moody's, who describe their thought ritual data analysis as a hybridization between Indigenous oral culture and thought processes. And it consists of 4 different phases. And I arranged the phases, and please note that those are open circles. I arranged those spaces within the trunk of the tree of life. Within the concentric circles, the rings of a tree tell us stories. And it tells us that each one of us have potential. And these women were looking at their own gifts as healers. But all of us need to have that will, that volition to envision ourselves as that particular gift holder, and to enact those values that environment provide us to be able to become fully engaged with our potential and fully realized in our potential. And so looking at the first phase, then I placed it within the colors of the corn that the Maya use and the colors of the different directions, but I also looked at how dawn, how the beginning, because Aurora was the name for was a name that was connecting all of us, curanderas and myself. And so then that first phase of connection, it looks at visual connections between myself and the women's stories, from roots to fruits. The second phase of diversity looked at similarities and differences. So I was writing the stories of these women, and I looked at sending it to them. And so we were co-storying. The third part was interaction. That phase talks about patterns, and together we began mapping, we began restoring their narratives, and then that last phase I placed up in the north, where the elders have all that wisdom. And it talks about transformation. But more than anything else, Yankapurta and Muda were telling us that perception and consciousness are very important, that we have to be aware of the attention to spiritual and metaphysical aspects of Indigenous knowledge. And so my findings then were also placed within that bigger metaphor of the tree of life. And so I had 2 major findings, 2 themes: becoming healers and becoming elders. And each of those 2 had 2 sub-themes. So what we were finding out then is that learning to be a healer comes through living it. It cannot be separated one from the other. And that elders were nurturing these gifts, because all of these, we are always placed within these knowledge systems, but it's only until we realize our gifts that we begin to take an interest in those. And that is what these women were telling us. And so we find that identity formation begins, but it is not the same for each one of the healers. They began realizing their gift at different phases in their lives. And then they also looked at, once they knew what their gifts were, what purpose they had in life, and what power that brought once they began practicing. And that led us to how they became elders over time, how they resisted. A tree is impacted, it is marked by drought, it is marked by insect infestation, it is marked by fire. And these women were marked by all of these when we look at marginalization and valorization and co-option of their knowledge. And that brought us to where they were in terms of transferal of knowledge. And I want to share just a few quotes. And know that I use, because these women's words and the way they say things are so lyrical, I decided to use their words as poetry, using Mayan poetics within Mayan epistemes, looking at what Graveline says is upending that Western norm of doing things and another way of dialoguing through poetics. Also looking at trying to enter into academic spaces in different forms. And so when we talked about learning through living, then Anastasia was saying, when I was a little girl, I was running behind my grandfather's trying to learn what was going on. And that was how she learned to be a healer from very, very early through puzzles and riddles and stories. And once she found her purpose, she said, I had to use my own intelligence to be able to learn more on my own. While Aurora was saying, you're guided, you have to do it, you don't have a choice. And so for her, healing means that you're thinking ahead, you're thinking for your community, you're thinking about Belizeans overall, you're using your knowledge to deal with the current problems and current issues. And so they talked about how hard it was during the pandemic with that disconnect. And they talked about intuition. They could sense vibrations. They had dreams, or they were in dreamlike states with visions of what was needed to heal their patients. And now becoming elders, then valorization was a major problem, but marginalization was even more so of a problem because religion and education institutions in Belize are not separated. And so Aurora says they're afraid of ceremonies. When you're praying and burning your incense, they think you're evoking the devil. While Valentina was saying, we have to put an emphasis within schools to be able to study this. And so they engage with institutions. Aurora says, I need to go to schools and bring a plant at a time so that children from very early can learn to heal themselves and their families and bring this knowledge back. When before they had to change, silence was needed for the knowledge to survive. Now they say it's time to speak out. It's time to counter co-option. And so when families are moving away from them, that disconnect happened. That learning through apprenticeships and such could not happen, but they saw opportunity in social media, virtual spaces, spiritual spaces. And then they began their spiritual activism because they work with cultural preservation through their healing. They look at land conservation because healing cannot happen without plants and land, and language revitalization also. So that connection is with families and communities and the world. And in indigenous knowledge, then there are 4 R's. When you talk about doing indigenous research, it's about respect, relevance, relationality, and reciprocity. And so then we find out that knowledge and education is happening because it is embedded in lived experiences, and we need to value these knowledge holders because education is a powerful tool in their community because of their observational and experiential aspect. And so they are constantly negotiating, interacting, and reconfiguring their knowledge as they grow upward and outward. And so healing is alive and well, sorry for the pun, but there are many more practitioners out there than we know of. Ladson Billings said a month ago, we need to break out of epistemological silos. And this is my way of doing research at centers and privileges indigenous knowledge. I'm not giving these women a voice. I'm giving them a space for them to use their voices to represent themselves. And so we need to start contesting then these binaries in medicine, that of learned versus popular, legal versus illegal, orthodox versus heterodox. And so then it has implications for social and cultural engagement. More needs to be done in terms of documenting, preserving, and disseminating this kind of knowledge. It needs to inform not only public health policy for a more robust health system, but it needs to also have a place within the educational systems and be represented within the curricula. These women were saying, you know what? Let us do the research. Let us write the books. Help us, support us. This is what the other presenters have been saying, but we also want to look at the youths. Are their perspectives so important? Yes, they are, because we need to know how they feel about this. And so when these women are using social media to upend the way they have been transferring knowledge, we need to help them out. We need to support them. And there needs to be more collaboration and complementarity between these biomedical professionals and healers. And I can't do this without, as researchers, we just exit the field. In indigenous methodology, you don't exit the field, you build relationships and you give back. These women were so thoughtful and welcoming and called me one of their own. And it made me realize the importance of relationships and how we need to adapt, how we need to be more flexible and respect these treasures. Words are important and powerful, they told me, but it also made me aware of their cultural legacy. They have so much to offer us as Belizeans, as women, as leaders. And so I plan to give back, not only through our relationships, but through presentations like this, through grants, hopefully, and to write their stories. I thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Dios botic.
Thank you, Melba. That was not just interesting, but intriguing. The floor is now open for questions. While we're waiting for a question, there's a comment from Melissa Besk. Phenomenal research, Melba. This presentation is so compelling. We have much to learn from these indigenous methods of understanding. From Cici Castillo, excellent presentation, Ms. Melba.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate.
Questions, you may open your mic. We do have there's a comment here from Christopher the Shield. Hi, Christopher. I find intriguing your decision to use poetics to represent Indigenous women's voices. How did you come up to this practice? Also, how do you see this as a countering specificality of knowing Western epistemologies, ways of knowing? I mixed up something there. In presenting such data in your field, is the poetic form a way of providing space?
That is an excellent, number of questions.
Yes.
Arts-based research is something that I am vaguely familiar with, but it wasn't that led to my use of poetics. It was the way the cadence, the tempo of these women's words when they were speaking. And so when I was using block quotes, I said, this is not the way these women were speaking. I need to be true to them if I'm going to give them that space to represent themselves. And it needs to show that lyrical aspect of accent. Like when we talk about, when we broke into a Creole, how everybody know exactly where we come from. That is what I wanted for these women, for it to be shown within poetry. And Christopher, I am a creative writer. I write stories, and poems are always in my stories, and I could not do research without adding at least one poem. And there were so many more poems. I began with my own poem about how research has impacted me and how it was making me sick. Academia and the lack of representation in academia was making me sick, and I needed healing. How I lost my roots, how I lost my connections, and I had to make new connections while here. And that connection allowed me to continue with my research, or else I would not have been able to do research. And so I think it is essential that we bring to forefront, this visibility of these women. They're telling me, we're being called witches. That is not something that we want to be known as. We're curanderas, and we know so much that we want to share with everybody. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Deshil, for those questions. Dr. Hampton has said, I love how methodology and Western research generally is being challenged. And Dr. Macmillan, Melba, this is timely. Dr. Hampton, academia encourage us to objectify our cultures too. Glad you and these women resist this. Any other questions? And then we'll go on to the next presenter. If you have questions, there will probably be a few minutes afterwards, after the last presenter in this segment, for some questions. Zinia Farias, one last comment. Through your studies, did you find how to find the balance between keeping our roots versus development? And I'll just give you one quick on that, and then we'll go on.
Zinia, thank you for that question. Definitely, I always had to come back. There was, in indigenous methodologies, you cannot do harm. You cannot just break relationships. Your relationships have to be constant. And it's not an effort that you want, that you find. It is a pleasure to do it because these women maintain that connection. So they grounded me on my roots. as a mestiza, there's so much that I know also that comes from that indigenous aspect, you know, and I think we need to do more with Creole, with Garifuna. There's so much knowledge that is out there that I hope we can continue to ground ourselves on and keep our roots definitely reaching out to others in that mycorrhizal network. Thank you, Zinnia, for that question.
Thank you very much, Melba, for your presentation. We hope that, and wish you luck in continuing. There's certainly a lot here that is necessary. And also the importance of involving youth and this whole idea of the intergenerational involvement. Thank you so very much.
Thank you too.
Our next presenter is Dr. Grant Rich. Grant J. Rich received his PhD in psychology from the University of Chicago. His work focuses on optimal cross-cultural human development, resilience, post-traumatic growth, and international positive psychology. Dr. Rich has published over 75 peer-reviewed journal articles, books, chapters in leading journals, including American Psychologist, Journal of Positive Psychology, Humanistic Psychologies, and Professional Psychology, Research and Practice. He is senior editor of 7 international cultural psychology books. Dr. Rich is a fellow of the Association for Psychological Science and is a fellow of the American Psychological Association and 5 of its divisions. He has taught at institutions around the globe and since 2013 on the Walden University faculty. He teaches courses in cultural psychology, disaster trauma crisis, lifespan and cultural context, research methods, and stereotyping and prejudice. Dr. Rich is also a board certified massage therapist. As a licensed social worker, he has served on medical missions internationally. Dr. Rich has also served successfully for 3 years as the APA Convention Program Chair and for 4 years as editor of International Psychology Bulletin. He received the President's Award for Extraordinary Service as well as the Academic Service Award, American University of Phnom Penh, and twice was an NEH Fellow in the Maya World and Tropical Atlantic. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Grant, who will present on Women in Belize, a social psychological perspective. Dr. Rich.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. Let me just share my screen. You should be seeing my screen at this point. And let's see. I am out of Tlingit lands in Southeast Alaska in the lower 48 in the United States and Ohio. These are the lands of the Eastern Woodlands, Mound Builders, and Hopewell, the builders of the well-known U.S. site Cahokia. And I wanted to acknowledge that. Today, I just have a quick 15 minutes. I'm going to give a mountaintop presentation. I was asked to speak from a social psychological perspective. So this isn't every perspective. This would be the social psychological perspective. And let's see if I can get the graphics out of the way here just a little bit. So recently, I've edited a book on psychology in Oceania and the Caribbean that had about half the chapters on Oceania and half on the Caribbean, including one on psychology in Belize, broadly construed. So mental health professional systems, including traditional healing, service delivery, capacity, prevalence, culture-bound disorders, and so on. And I've also published a chapter in a book called Women's Evolving let's see if I can move that. What was that? It's called Women's Evolving Selves, that was published in about 2017. I was asked to write a chapter on Belize there, and that book aims to kind of be a go-to one place introduction to social psychological women's issues in a range of nations across the globe. And I would recommend that, I hope, to folks, if they're looking all in one place, to at least find the main sources for peer-reviewed research articles and book chapters on the relevant to the psycho woman in Belize from about 30 years ago to the present day. That chapter had less room for citing government reports, but I figured those are kind of available in many cases for kind of web searches. So the social psychological perspective would really be, in my view, and this is a little controversial, complementary to the anthropological perspective. There have been a number of anthropologists hailing from Belize and working in Belize, and often the anthropologists by definition are strong on culture, aim to be strong on culture, are using qualitative fieldwork methods, ethnography, qualitative interviews, and often very focused on a particular issue or a particular village or community. Whereas historically, psychologists have been more quantitative, doing, forced choice survey instruments, and more broadly construed. And so it's a little bit of a controversy to say what the relevance of a psychological approach is, what is gained and what is lost to the psychological approach. They're different disciplines for a reason, but I think we all can learn something from each other, and it's our loss to the world, if we don't communicate and understand maybe the strengths and weaknesses, the advantages and disadvantages of each particular approach. So one particular challenge with the psychological approach is the risk of overgeneralization from a small sample. In the 2010 Belize census, there were about 330,000 compared to 330 million in the USA. That's a lot of people and a lot of diversity. Both Belize and the USA are not homogeneous cultures. Imagine if you went to the USA and your only study was an upper middle class school in suburban New York State. Would that generalize to the Midwest? Would it generalize to Alaska, where I'm from? In Alaska, for instance, Anchorage is half the state population and actually has the most linguistically diverse high school in the entire nation. And some of the rural villages are really maybe 95 to 99% Native Alaskan. Likewise, my take on the Belize psychology or social science literature would be there's too much homogenization in the quantitative literature. Among the differences that I list off to the left are the variables that I think must be considered to have a more nuanced and appropriate type of analysis. Rural-urban differences, of course, are extraordinary, right? The economic factors, the access to education and employment really differ in rural versus urban. If you look at Belize City, 77,000. The next 7 largest communities, maybe roughly 5 to 20,000. And then villages, life in these communities can be very different, particularly for children growing up who might have less opportunities and funds for independent travel. One of the great misses, I think, in the social science research is the lack of reporting out on racial and ethnic diversity. Many times in the psychological research, it'll just say 150 Belizeans were surveyed, right? Well, who? Was it rural urban population? What was the language of the survey? What was the social class? What was the religion? What were the racial and ethnic diversity? The typical recommendation, is probably many on this call know, would be to have proportional representation to the most recent census if you wanted to generalize from that. Usually, of course, a number of populations are really understudied. There's been some historical and anthropological analyses of some Mennonite communities since their arrival in 1958, but that would be an understudy group for linguistic and cultural religious barriers, for an example. Yeah, with the limited time, I would mention just religious differences. Obviously, Christianity well represented, Roman Catholicism from before the caste wars, all the way back to early pre-British colonialism had representation. Mentioned the Mennonites in 1958, obvious indigenous and traditional mores, both Maya, Garifuna, Creole, and Protestant too, both the conventional larger Protestant religions and maybe some of the newer developments, Jehovah Witnesses, evangelical trends, and so on, that really should be called out in a methods section, in my view. And last but not least, the generational change. Given the size of Belize, often folks, myself included, are citing some older studies, but there's been tremendous changes in terms of technology and in terms of globalization that would really impact child development, gender role socialization, economic opportunity, migration, and that sort of thing. So what I've chosen to do is, again, kind of looking at the relevant variables that I think are important to break down kind of from taxonomy, from a social science psychology standpoint, to take a look at a couple domains in terms of location that would be important to the development of women, looking at maybe the approach that psychologists who study gender and the psychology of men and women would examine. One, of course, is the domain of the home. And here too, you would look at variables such as family system type, right? And some of this might be traced in anthropological work. You think, Virginia Kearns or Nancy Gonzalez, that type of things for some of the Garifuna cultures. Less very understudied given the amount of population would be the Belizean Creole culture. But of course, with Belize as a Caribbean nation in Central America, as it's often described, you're seeing a blend of types of family systems, elements of more Caribbean style matriarchal development with maybe the more mestizo Mexican type, legacy of caste wars and more recent migrations, patriarchal. And in addition to conventional marriages, again, breaking that down in the methods section, saying what percent are conventional legal marriage, what are single mothers, cohabiting or visiting relationships. The study that I was able to pull in time for this as I'm traveling, where 33% of women back in the 2010 survey living with their spouse, but 1 in 4 common law and 6 visiting. So, to the extent that one neglected or diminished or devalued those types of relationships, at the very least, it's a missed research opportunity, but more importantly, would be missing the essence of the lived experience of many women in Belize at this day. We wouldn't really understand what was going on unless, say, a survey questionnaire made space to report those kinds of relationships, right? You'd be missing the common law and visiting relationships and really have a misconstrual of the lives of many women in Belize. The fertility rate is notoriously difficult to calculate because it's really going to vary by who's collecting it, how and when. Typically these are underreported. It's going to vary by race, ethnicity, and urban rural. Typically rural woman is higher. That's been true in the United States as well. Historically, it might be access to various kinds of medicine, but it also may be kind of the typical farming insurance policy that folks desire the larger family in a non-cash economy. Teen pregnancy, again, would be something very important to study. And of course, the anthropologists, the psychological anthropologist, a really good example of someone who is blending psychological methods with anthropological methods, mostly in the Keys, so not necessarily representative of all Belize, though, showing 23% of births. I got the statistic there under the age of 19. So I talked about one location of relevance to the examination of women's lives. We talked about the home context. Clearly also there's a work context or location. And of course, from the 20th century, a range of paid occupations beyond domestic. Classic surveys, in Belize, we all like looking at some of the same older surveys showing that even in 1911, we're seeing sugarcane, range of crops, corn, banana, shopkeepers, maid, nurses, dressmakers, housekeepers, washerwomen, and music teachers. But again, some urban, rural, and racial and ethnic differences. So urban and rural can be just what urbanicity affords. If you're in a city, there's going to be a broader and different range of occupations available to you. And then above and beyond that, of course, are perhaps cultural mores, what your particular group is telling you in socialization of what are appropriate or less appropriate or possible or less possible or even impossible types of occupations. And some of the earlier presentations were referencing the fact that some definitely we say, like in the United States, that there's a strong link between education and occupation, but there definitely are ceiling effects. And, an example can certainly be that, some of the early Belizean schools for women, St. Catherine's Academy, right? But only elite classes. So if you and your roommate are both reading Bika Lamb and you've got a cultural guide, you're going to be the cultural ambassadors for the next generation if society allows you. But if society is telling you, despite that education, that boys should be trained in manual trade and girls in domestic science, if you look at two books I would recommend if you're interested in the history of education, they may be familiar to many of you, are Hitchens, that was based on his doctoral dissertation, and the really extraordinary volume by Ann McPherson, a bona fide historian that traces a lot of this. So you see by the 1940s, close to 20% over women over age 10 working, and nearly half of single women. Of that kind of young adult midlife, 25 to age 44. We were talking about FIRST earlier. I find that Hattie Goldson was the first female lawyer, and a few years later, Bernie Hulsa, the first female physician. And also referenced earlier, and this is true in the United States as well, this really merits close examination. We're beginning to see women, now that the opportunities are there, being more likely to enroll, stay enrolled, less likely to be school leavers, more likely to be graduates, particularly at the college level. So this was true at University of Belize. The last statistic I saw was 2/3 of the 2012 graduates were women. And earlier psychology was referenced. In the United States, in the 1940s and 50s, PhDs in psychology was definitely, male dominated, very much so. Just like you would see law classes or medical schools with one or two women or something like that. Today, if you look at recently minted PhDs in the United States, it's definitely a majority female profession. So we're seeing a range of women in roles in 2022, physicians, attorneys, disproportionate compared to the region and many places in the world in terms of certainly not 50-50, but even proportional to regional comparisons, less overall high level involvement of women in politics, but also some of the traditional careers as well. So I've talked about domain in terms of location as a way of looking and giving a taxonomy of variables. Another way of breaking down the relevant variables in terms of what's relevant to the social psychology of women would be the chrono system, over time, thinking as a developmental or lifespan psychologist. And here, one of the variables that we could call out certainly is the impact of media. There's that classic essay that I think everyone still should be familiar with Indiana University anthropologist Richard Wilk, who spent about 7 years in Belize doing field work originally amongst the Maya in southern Belize, but now just a whole veritable plethora of topics. So his classic essay, Colonial Time versus TV Time, talked about the arrival and implementation and wider availability of television in Belize and its impact on perception. So, he would argue that, though somewhat controversial, maybe in the 1950s, it might take several years even for New York City style fashions to arrive in Belize, whereas with television, it's almost instantaneous. And that's been seen in some other cultures as well. Karen Kramer has a wonderful book, Helpers on the Farm, about Yucatec Maya and the arrival of a cash economy where men would leave the villages to work in tourist centers on the cash economy, by television and internet, and suddenly there's instant social comparison, a very social psychological variable, where once you can make that comparison, you see the TVs and the cars that others have, you suddenly realize maybe your own ability to purchase that is not within reach, and that could lead to, certain kind of culture shock. Another classic study by anthropologist Nancy Lundgren way back in the 80s, still worth talking about today, was the impact of majority US white culture on Belize City, where you walk down the swing bridge in Albert Street and you see, at that time, US
One more minute, please.
Gotcha. Blonde hair, blue-eyed dolls, children's drawings. She asked kids to write drawings. and no palm trees, but only some named blonde girls named Wednesday. Of course, if you walk down Elbert Street today, you're not going to see that. You're going to see plenty of books in Garifuna, Creole, Maya language, numerous Belizean TV shows, soca, all sorts of local types of music, and so on. So I've got one more minute. Now, let me just, I was going to talk a little bit about one social issue, but I want to finish kind of strong. Clearly, if you look internationally at some of the media, it's been unfortunate and misrepresentation and also a little bit dated. But in terms of violence of, we're seeing more in Belize City, and people have the misconception of grenades flying all over the time, whereas, other parts of Belize might not see anything whatsoever. We do know that crimes against violence against women are underreported, typically due to stigma, both from friends, family, peers, fears of not being believed, fears of maybe counter accusations, unclarity or inability to make such reports. And so given some of the statistics showing low numbers of reports, it's interesting that Anderson Fine found in an internet survey of Belizean girls that 1 in 3 girls reported sexual or physical abuse. And that's in line with what we see in the United States too. About 25 to 33% of US high school girls and college girls report sexual or physical abuse. And we know the abusers, as in the USA, can be all classes and group, but as in the United States, Native women have a particular reputation and experience of severe domestic and family violence. And I was going to get into the reasons women stay. Take a look at McCluskey and even McLaren way back in '96. One point that I would like to make is that while men are often the perpetrators, we know that, for instance, in the United States, 1 in 7 victims of domestic violence are men. So, both law enforcement, social workers, everyone, community should know that sometimes women are the perpetrators. And this may be a way to welcome, when appropriate, men into spaces to be not just part of the problem, but part of the solution too. Which I think is 50% of the human experience. While it's very important that there are women's spaces, there are also really important times to engage men as well, to see how and when men can respond appropriately. So future directions, the great late Leela Vernon was referenced earlier. The social psychological approach would say if you're looking for societal change, you need both individuals and institutions. So you need strong role models and exemplars, powerful, strong women who are leaders and activists, right? So certainly Leela Vernon would be one, and there are many others. And we'd also want to see, and in fact, there's that wonderful quote by Eleanor Roosevelt, and I'm going to terribly misparaphrase, but it says something like, never underestimate the power of a single individual to affect change. It's the only thing that ever has. And to a certain extent, that is true, right? And it's very important to have those role models. You think of social psychology like Albert Bandura, that literal role model where we imitate what we see, and we also know what's possible if we can dream it.
Can we wrap up, please?
Yes. And finally, the institutions, historically churches, now NGOs and governments, National Women's Commission, I'd recommend, just the wonderful ability to have something like the Women's Rights Handbook there, to be able to file a GBV complaint relatively privately or confidentially at home or at a different place on the internet, and being able to download these policies. So that's all I got for you, given the time. If folks are interested, I can answer some questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rich. Certainly intriguing and interesting information. In the interest of time, we're awfully behind time. Let's take a couple questions before we close off. Some quick questions for Dr. Rich, please. Melanie has commented very comprehensive information.
Thank you.
You may open your mic. The information about challenges are spot on. That's Dr. Deborah McMillan. So if no one has any more questions at this point for Dr. Rich, I will close off this section, and later on, we will probably have an opportunity so that we can move. Dr. Rich, thank you so very much for that presentation. As I said earlier, not just interesting, but certainly intriguing, lots of information. Very comprehensive, as was noted by one of the other participants. Thank you very much. I want to thank you, Melba Velasquez, thank you very much. And also thank you very, very much, April. And I wish you all the best. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Dr. Sylvia. Now, as we move right along, we are now almost to the ending point, but I guess this just shows that there are so many persons who want to participate in this research conference. We might have to make the other one a 2-day event because it's so much information, so many women doing research out there. So next year, if you have a research, we will definitely want to highlight it in our next women's conference. Now moving on to panel 4, which will be an experiences of violence, powerlessness, and agency. The moderator for this panel will be Dr. Maxine McKay. Dr. Carisha McKay is a lover of words. For she believed that words affords us opportunities to speak truths and express our most sincere emotions. Dr. Maxine McKay believes that the most important part of society are the people. Hence, they should always be valued and heard. Dr. Max, as she is known by many, is the eldest of 7 children from Dr. Lerna McKay and Donald McKay. She holds a bachelor's degree in English literature with a minor in paralegal studies from the University of Belize, a master's in secondary education and professional studies with a minor in teaching English as a second language from the University of North Florida, and a doctorate degree in higher education with a focus in inclusive education from Oklahoma State University. She has received several awards for her work in education and the community, inclusive of Outstanding Tertiary Educator, Woman of Worth, and the National Heroes Awards, just to name a few. Dr. McKay currently teaches at the University of Belize in the Faculty of Education and Arts. She also serves on several organizations in Belize and internationally. She is currently the chair of the Special Olympics Belize, the vice president for UB's Union, research editor for Global Research, and a member of the Caribbean Women in Leadership. I present to you Dr. Maxine McKay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for introducing me. Since we're behind time, I want us to start with our first presenter, who is Dr. Keisha Warren Gordon. Dr. Keisha Warren Gordon is currently an associate professor of criminology, and the director of the African Studies program at Ball State University, and affiliate member in the Gender and Women Study program. She's an adjunct professor for Galen. Her substantive areas include violence against women, criminology, and critical approaches to examining race, ethnic issues within the criminal justice system. I welcome Dr. Karen Warren Gordon as she elaborates on her presentation for us this afternoon. and we're going to hold the questions until after all the presenters have presented. So please jot down your questions. Dr. Karen, Keisha, sorry, you can proceed.
I would also like to take a moment to introduce my co-author, Dr.
You can go ahead, Dr. Keisha.
Dr. McMillan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Deborah McMillan. I am an assistant professor of English at Galen University, and I also serve as the vice chair for SEWIL in the Belize chapter. So I will ask Keisha, can you introduce yourself? And then I will take on the introduction.
I think that I was already introduced. So I think we're ready to go.
Okay, I thought you wanted to say something else. Okay, good. Okay, sure. Okay, good afternoon. Keisha, I appreciate you waiting. I will try to speed up my part of the introduction. But it is indeed, sisters at home and abroad, my distinct honor to be a part of this first research conference on Belizean women. I want to thank the organizers, thank the tertiary level institutions, and of course, thank my civil sisters, specifically Melanie. I readjust your crown, Melanie. Thank you so very much. I'm proud of you. Two things I want to touch on as before Keisha takes on. And I just want to talk a little bit about, make some comments about the need for us to continue studying violence against women. And then I want to touch a little bit about on the considerations of outsiders doing research and our roles, those of us who are insiders and those of us who provide the emic interpretations of these research. So let me go back to my first point. I think it's a rhetorical question, like why the need to study violence against women in Belize? It's like, well, duh, why are you asking that question? But simply put, I don't know if you are like me, but I am disgusted. I think it is happening far too often. It is a serious problem. And it won't just go away because like what I heard some interviewees say on television, everybody did do that. So if everybody did do it, what is new about it? Well, we have to remember that violence against women continues to be a health and social problem. That is unacceptable. We need urgent and practical solutions. And I think a conference like this one is a giant step towards some of those solutions. We need to remember that a violated woman is a woman that is not well. Our mothers aren't well. Our sisters aren't well. Our daughters aren't well. We have to understand how that affects the productivity at work. And even generally in the society, we are going to have more unproductive citizens. And again, this conference has been excellent at sharing data that I believe can effectively address intimate partner violence. So then we have these issues, we recognize these issues. So then what do I do as a Belizean? Well, I join forces with a friend who also happens to be a prolific researcher. And we have this relationship. It's a relationship that I have described as a mutualistic symbiotic relationship. One, a relationship like the green fly and the ant, right? And so we have this problem. I find somebody who I can work with. So you include me in your research project, and I am going to help you to navigate the local realities, because I think if it's something that has been emphasized so far is the importance of what is on the ground, the local knowledge. Violence against women and research on violence against women in Belize and about Belize, I think we will all agree must reflect the realities of the women here in Belize. What are our society's perceptions of gender? What are Belize's perceptions of gender roles? What are culturally acceptable ways of doing research? For example, focus groups do not work in all scenarios. Belize is small. Everybody knows everybody. If I don't know you, I know your sister. If I don't know your sister, I know your sister friend. And so in these focus groups, what we divulge, what we share may and more than likely will be taken out of the circle. So we need to understand that. And we need to consider that. So then, remember I told you about the green fly and the ant? So my role as the ant, or in Creole we say the ants, right? In my mind, my role is very important. Assisting my research partner in avoiding inaccuracies in interpretations, misinterpretations, and the othering, as Dr. Warren Garden is aware of, and she always mentions she's careful about the othering when working on research here. And then pinpointing, sometimes I think generally, inaccurate assessments of the situation. And in some cases, in practical recommendations. That is not going to work in Belize for so and so reasons. And then, of course, the question of whose lens are you using? I posit that the chances of getting the story right and telling the story well is largely dependent on emic interpretations. I think we also have to ensure that we are not force-fitting Western feminist lens on our Caribbean, especially, and then on our Belizean women. Again, the insider perspective, we play an important role. Let us not downplay our role in facilitating opportunities of building relationships and trust, because this is what these participants want, these women want, and these survivors of violence want. Again, look at our role in the translation of transcriptions. I mean, Dr. Gordon can tell you, sometimes it felt like we were rewriting the transcription because it couldn't pick up, especially when the women code switch. That was very important. Again, it is important, again, in this relationship. Are you in it for the long haul? And in these relationships, is it just to catapult somebody to receiving tenure? And for me, again, as a teacher here, as a professor here at Galen, what is important for me is that my Belizean students have access to these publications. It hurts me that many times we see publications about Belize and then it's $49.95 US for access to the publication for 24 hours. And sometimes it's more than that. So then what we have done, what we have decided is that we are going to keep this relationship going, this research relationship going. We are actually gathering data on Belize's feminism, which was interesting, right? And Dr. Gordon, when we heard people talk about that. So intimate partner violence among university students. Our university students are experiencing that, and we want to pull data on that. And of course, Dr. Gordon is trying to do other things like to see if we can get grants for one of the NGOs that we work with. So all in all, I thought I just wanted to share with you that we cannot downplay those of us who play that insider role of our role in ensuring that Belize research is done well. And with that, I turn over the floor to you, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you. Due to time constraints, I'm going to go quickly. And unfortunately, I won't be able to stay for questions. I will put my email address in the chat. So if you have any questions, you can email me and I'll be happy to answer them. As Dr. McMillan just eloquently talked about, we recognize that intimate partner violence against women is a significant health and social problem that goes across the globe. Violence affects women's physical well-being, but it also affects their ability to parent, maintain a job, and to be a productive member of society. If we look at 2019, according to the Women's Commission, there were over 2,000 calls to the police reporting incidents of intimate partner violence. The vast majority of those came from women. There were 124 women killed due to intimate partner violence, making that a leading cause of homicide, of death for women in some age groups. So these are the questions. How do we understand violence against women in the context of colonization? How does colonization impact what questions we ask and how the questions are responded? And how does colonizing impact who asks these questions? And this is important to frame this way, not just because of the fact that I'm an outsider who also lives in a settler colonized place, but also because this, in terms of my understanding of the violence against women in Belize, is moving this forward in terms of looking at various aspects of social conditioning that contribute to this problem. So when we look at some of the historic research, some of the research that has been done that is rooted in some of the methods that are rooted in colonization, here are some of the problems that we exist. And what I'm really talking about here is outsiders coming in, doing work, and not knowing what questions to ask because they're asking questions based on their understanding from their perspective as a person from another place, another space. So questions are not based on the cultural frame of Belizean people. The means of questioning can be culturally inappropriate and cause distress, as Dr. McMillan spoke about earlier. Trying to do a focus group among women who are victims of intimate partner violence, but yet and still may know each other, may have prior relationships, and just culturally where we just live in an environment where we don't speak on those things is problematic. The diversity of Belizean women is not taken into account. Again, recognizing that although Belizeans are very comfortable in their national identity, there are other cultural and ethnic differences that divide how this population sees each other. And the interpretation of findings is problematic. So the cultural assumptions that are rooted in the global north that then are applied to a culture that is not within that frame leads to inappropriate assumptions. And then the final question is, who owns the work? So these are the questions that when I work with Dr. McMillan and others in Belize that I use to guide my work. And one of the things that I fall back on is the method of decolonizing work. So working with and for Belizeans, centering Belizean women, asking them, what do they want us to know? There may be some things that as a Black American woman, I shouldn't be privy to understanding. I shouldn't be privy to knowing. So recognizing that and recognize when the conversation in those spaces isn't for me and being okay with that. So when we talk about decolonizing, these are the assumptions in which Smith and others suggest that we ask. Who is asking the questions? Why are they asking the questions? Where are the questions being asked and who is interpreting the answers? So as we think about this decolonizing frame, moving away from just saying these are the questions, but providing information around why we're asking the questions, who's asking the questions, helps us to move into centering the people who are the focus. And here are some of my references. Unfortunately, time has gotten away from me today, and I have another commitment, so I had to rush through this, and I so deeply apologize. But one of the things that I think that one of the purposes of this for Dr. McMillan and myself wasn't just that we provide a whole bunch of information in terms of what we're finding, but that we provide a point of conversation as to how and why we're doing the work, because we can deal with the findings and the assumptions, but if we're not talking about the how and the why, that's where things can get lost. So I thank you again. I apologize for being rushed, and I thank you for allowing me to share this space with you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McMillan and Dr. Keisha Warren Garden for sharing that insightful information about where we are as women in Belize and the plight that we face. So it's enriching that you did not provide a lot of data, but you provide a way in which we can commence research and continue the research for women in Belize and how males play a role in that particular aspect. We're gonna move on to our second presenter for this afternoon. Her name is Dr. Kendra Flores Carter. Dr. Flores Carter is a published author of California Baptist University, professor of social work and a researcher in the social and behavioral science field, specifically women and child health, an advocate for social justice and change. She has dedicated her career to bring educational awareness to disparities, equity concerns in healthcare experiences, and various psychosocial issues affecting marginalized women and children. A former medical social worker for over 10 years, Dr. Flores Carter worked to provide services to children suffering from trauma related to child abuse, neglect, and women experiencing significant life crises such as intimate partner violence, substance abuse, complications, incarceration, homelessness, and mental illness. Dr. Flores Carter is recognized both locally, nationally, and internationally as an expert educator in women's and children and child health. Dr. Flores Carter holds a BA in psychology from California State University, Dominguez Hill, and MSW from California State University, Long Beach, as well as a Doctor of Social Work degree from the University of Tennessee. I welcome to you, Dr. Kendra Flores Carter. Welcome, Dr. Carter.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I am so happy to be with you all today to really talk about a topic that I think is so meaningful to our community. As a born Belizean woman, I have definitely a passion for my country, as well as know that there is a need for more research in women's health. And so I'm really grateful to the university for bringing me here. So thank you so much for having me, all of you guys. I really appreciate Miss Melanie Smith reaching out to me, and I am so happy. I'm actually in Belize. We did the social work summit from the University of Belize earlier today and yesterday. But unfortunately, I didn't have time to make it over to the campus, but I am here via Zoom, and I'm grateful for that. So I actually did a research study in my MSW program where I looked at the perception of domestic violence. And me being a Belizean, I really wanted to look at the perception of Belizean males versus the perception of American males. I just wanted to know, hey, what do you think about domestic violence? Like, what are your thoughts around it? And so I completed my my MSW around that. And, you know, domestic violence is something that affects women and children significantly, but it also affects the family unit. In Belize here, we know that the main perpetrators of domestic violence is often males, but it can also be, you know, women. We know that women also abuse men or abuse their partners. And so it's really significant to look at it from the perspective of how does domestic violence affect the family unit, right? There can be physical scars, but the emotional scars of domestic violence is huge and it's lifelong. If you don't heal from those wounds, it can traumatize you and really affect who you become as an adult. And so it's really, really important to address this significant issue within the Belizean community. We know that women who suffer, or just victims in general who suffer from domestic violence, is affected mentally, emotionally, physiologically, cognitively, socially. So there's a whole different way that domestic violence affects the victims and the people that are involved in it. It traumatizes children. When we look at the adverse childhood experiences and the implications for children who experience domestic violence throughout their lifetime, is significant. These kids grow up and they're more likely to be aggressive. They're more likely to harm other people because this is what they've seen and what they've witnessed. And so it's definitely important to make sure that it is addressed. Domestic violence often creates fears when it comes to people who are involved in it. And a lot of people say, well, why do the women stay? Well, if we look at the dependency within our community, a lot of the times the head of the household is the male, right? And so as a Belizean, I know I grew up where we often stayed home and the men were the breadwinners. And so they were the ones who bring the money home and the women was responsible to cook, to clean, and to take care of the children. And so that was culturally what it looks like, right? And so I know some of it have changed today, but there's still significantly patriarchal systems that exist within Belize today that really there's, hey, you know, very limited women that could be in leadership or that even think that they belong in leadership because of the way that we've kind of been programmed, a lot of us culturally, is that women, your place is the home, right? And so that mentality is definitely shifting and changing with more education of our women and girls, which is why it's significantly important for us to really educate women and girls. So looking at what the implications for the experience of domestic violence, I did my study, and really what my study found was that there's still a heavy belief system. It was a 50 participants. So of course that's a small sample size. And for all of the researchers in the room, we know 50 respondents is really small and not necessarily generalizable. But it does give us a foundation of work that needs to be done. And so I do believe that my study can be built upon, and I definitely have interest in expanding on it, really how it affects just maternal health as well. And so I think that it's definitely room for growth there. What we know is that domestic violence is a health problem. It's a public health concern, and we should take it seriously. I don't know how the system is set up in Belize, but are we even screening for the experience of domestic violence when our women come into the healthcare system? When they come in, maybe perhaps they're pregnant. Do we ask the question, are you being abused in your home, on that history and physical that they have to fill out? I know for me, working in the United States system and working in the hospital system, that was often a question that was raised by the doctors. And if they checked yes, then a social worker would come in to further provide resources and find out what's going on with the family. So screening for domestic violence in healthcare system is really a way to kind of provide resources and education around what it is and what it means for the family and the children, as well as the women involved in it. What we do know is chronic domestic violence experience can lead to depression, it can lead to addiction issues, alcoholism issues, and really it can lead to a situation where the family is dysfunctional. You have a dysfunctional environment for the family unit, right? People involved seldom know the damages. And while I was doing my research, what I found was a lot of the men who think it was okay did not know the damages that they were doing to the family. They had no idea that being someone who is a perpetrator of domestic violence can harm their children, can harm their wives in a negative way. Again, many of them thought that it was okay. From my study, I'll give you some statistics here. 62% of my participants agreed that a woman should be obedient to a man, right? I used the perception of domestic violence survey, and I did adapt, I shifted some of the questions, but mainly that was the survey, that was my instrument that I used to collect the data. So 62% of my participants believe that women should be obedient to a man. Now, keep in mind, this was done a few years back. So of course, if we were to do it today, I'm hoping that, that percentage might drop drastically. So again, that's definitely high. Another question I asked was related to what happens if a man doesn't hit a woman. And 82% of the participants disagree that unless a man actually hits his spouse, that yelling is okay at them. It's okay to name call, it's okay to criticize, it's okay to ridicule their wife, and it wasn't a problem. So even though they disagree, it was not okay to hit, they thought it was okay to name call, it was okay to do all of those emotional abuse factors and things. And so there's still a need to provide education. Hey, domestic violence is not only physical harm, but it's also emotionally damaging. And a lot of people don't know that. And so it's definitely important for us to also educate that there's different forms of domestic violence, right? So again, I think it's definitely important for us to maybe further look at this particular research. So I want to talk a little bit about why women stay in Belize. A lot of the women here are often dependent on their spouses financially. And so that's one of the reasons that they stay in situations. For the children, how many women say, hey, I want my kids to grow up with their, their family, their mom and their dad, right? And that's an important piece. We know that here in Belize, family is so important, right? We stick together no matter what. And so oftentimes it creates a situation where if women want to leave, there's this guilt and shame associated with wanting to leave. And so they end up just saying, it's okay, everything's gonna be okay. And you hold on to believing that it will get better one day. The average woman try to leave 10 times from an abusive partner, 10 times. Usually the 10th time that they try to leave is the time that they're killed, like they get killed. And so it's definitely important to understand that if women reach out and if you see them trying their best to leave, help them to make a safety plan to exit that situation. Because I believe there is I think the majority of domestic violence victims are actually killed by their intimate partner, right? The homicide, those that are actually killed are killed by a partner, an intimate partner. We know that 1 out of every 3 homicides is a spouse that committed that homicide to the wife. And so it's definitely important to look at that. Okay, I know that I'm short for time, and so I really want to give an opportunity for questions from the audience. So I think I took 10 minutes, and of course I would love to go longer, but I understand that the time frame is a factor, and I really want to get questions from the audience if they have any. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Carter, for that very enriching and reflective presentation that you have just done in terms of the fact that, I mean, surprisingly that a woman attempts to leave 10 times and the last time she's actually often killed, etc. So leaving is very hard. So given that you took 10 minutes, we can, I think, take questions from the audience regarding your presentation, comments from the audience. So I turn it over to the audience, please. So we had Ms. Carolyn Reynolds noted that the Women's Department and women's NGOs in Belize do provide training on the different forms of domestic violence. So there is work that is being done as it relates to domestic violence, as cited by Ms. Carolyn Reynolds. Dr. Hampton, do you have a question or a comment to pose to Dr. Carter?
I feel like I missed when you were talking about the percentage of American men who thought domestic violence was okay. Did you have a statistic?
It was 38% of American men that thought that it was okay. And it was, I think I said 38 minus, let me find it here. 38%. I can go down, I have it here on my, I want to make sure I get it right. So yeah, 62% agreed. 62% of the Belizean men thought that it was women needed to be obedient, while 38% of which were American didn't think that women needed to be obedient to their spouses.
So it's slightly, it's higher for Belizean men, the Belizean men that you interviewed?
Yes, it's higher for Belizean men than it is for American men. Only 38% of American men believe that. And then 62% of Belizean men believe that women should be obedient to their spouses. While 38% of Americans thought, yeah.
Yeah, and so I just wondered what effect that must have on whether or not women think they can leave. Do you know what I mean? Like that you can, like you said, like you can or you should. The fact that, do the women also think they need to be obedient? Like, yeah, it's just some interesting questions.
Yeah, and I think because it's such a patriarchal society, you know, the fathers in the home are encouraging of that, you know, if their daughters say you need to listen to your husband, you need to pay attention and do what he asks you to do. And oftentimes when you go home to your mothers, they're saying you got to work it out. So you need to go back to your husbands. And so, I mean, I remember as a child growing up, sometimes seeing, you know, and witnessing, you know, domestic violence in homes, you know, neighbors, friends, family, and it was not encouraged to leave. It might be different now, but you know, when I was growing up, there was never an encouragement, you know, and there's such a high religious belief that divorce is wrong, it's not okay, you need to stay and work it out. But there are some chronic issues with domestic violence, and women end up getting killed and children end up traumatized for the rest of their lives, and they grow up to become perpetrators of domestic violence. And, you know, it's not good. It's not good. It creates a generation of trauma, a generation of abuse. So it's like cyclical.
Right. And do you have any further thoughts on the kind of interventions that would be culturally appropriate in Belize?
I think we need to look at the family structure. Since family is so important, I think intervention that includes potential ways to really intervene systematically with the family, looking at the systems theory and really how to address each of the different subsystems, you know, within that family could definitely be helpful. Group support, I think we're such a family-oriented culture. I think starting there can definitely be helpful, and then maybe eventually doing some individual work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the United States, they think that individual work comes, right?
Right, but yeah, I would not say that here,
Yeah, here, it's like, let's look at the family unit, because the majority of families want to stay together, right? We want to see how we can stay together and work it out, and be better for our children and our kids. And I think so approaching it from that family systems approach is definitely what I would suggest. I think there definitely needs to be a lot more resources. I mean, if I leave, where do I go? You know,
right. That was my next question.
My kids, you know, we encourage oftentimes to leave, but is there resource if I do leave, right? You know, so again, that's not a motivation to leave if you're going to be homeless on the street. So
no, right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking. Definitely open to exploring more. You know, I think it's definitely a need for research here in that area for sure.
Yeah, and just general consciousness raising. I mean,
yeah,
from the research, right? And I really thought it was interesting when you said that the men didn't know that it was adversely affecting their families to have violence in it, you know, and so that starts to sound like we need to do some intervention definitely with men, just and other men talking to them about this, right? Like,
because oftentimes they don't really know, hey, you screaming and yelling is creating this fear in your child that's like anxiety, you know, they can develop, and that anxiety will affect the child in school. Because all he's going to be worried about is when I go home, my daddy's going to hit me or my daddy's going to hit my mom. That's what he's going to be thinking about all throughout school, is when I go home, I'm going to go home into a home that's violent, right? So they're probably not going to be able to be concentrating very much in the school system because of that worry.
Right. And
we need social emotional learning, because a lot of our kids are in school that really have dysfunctional homes.
Yeah. Right. Here and many other places. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter and Dr. Hampton. And we have a question from Ms. Diana Shaw, and then we're going to move on to our next presenter, please.
A question, well, it's a comment and then a question. Just to indicate, one, I don't think issue the police is an issue of training, because they have a training program for the Police Training Academy. The Women's Commission now includes sessions on domestic violence. They have had NGOs, YES, CDF, Power, BFLA, every year does training with the police. The issue is the enforcement and the accountability for the training. There isn't a culture within the police hierarchy that requires or that even imposes any kind of disciplinary procedures. We have made several reports of police officers who did not respect confidentiality, who have not treated women properly with domestic violence situations, and there is very little that is done except to warn the police officer. So it's a culture of the leadership not seeing these things as a priority and not requiring the police officers. We have BVU units within the police that have received a lot of training and a lot of investment, but we are not seeing yet the kind of results that we should be seeing. And that is not because of lack of training. It's the issue with the leadership of the police, not seeing these things as a priority. It doesn't even affect promotion if we have police officers that routinely refuse to record domestic violence reports, which happens, or who shame the women, which also happen. So that's something that I think needs to be more aggressively addressed. A lot of NGOs have been talking about this, but we need a wider public accountability on this issue. I think it's just regarded as women's issue and it's not as important as murders and other issues. But as has been pointed out routinely in Belize, women are much more likely to die from domestic violence related incidents than anything else. It is the #1 form of femicide in Belize. So it requires more public activism and not just a few of the persons who are the NGOs that are already making issues about this. I would also say the issue that you mentioned about the need for emotional intelligence training is key. That's something we see a lot of in our work with schools and young people. We are hearing from young women in schools, their acceptance of violence as a normal thing in relationships, which is very scary. And this is because that emotional intelligence component is not part of our curriculum, which it needs to be. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your work.
Yes, no, thank you. And I think that the problem exists even in the United States with law enforcement. It's definitely important to get them involved and get them on board and get them to take domestic violence seriously. So thank you.
And thank you very much again, Dr. Carter. And then there are some other comments in the comment box before we go to the other presentation. Dr. Hampton suggests that 10 years ago, statistics had Belizean women amongst the highest in the Caribbean in terms of their dependency on men for dependency. We also had a comment, the Women's Department and Women NGO in Belize do provide training on the different types of violence that was read before. The Belize Crime Observatory also has some statistics on intimate partner violence. UNICEF also through its situation analysis and mix also collects some data. So there is some good work. Mr. Krishna Diguri, who is our next presenter, said great presentation. Ministry of Health did collect data. So there is some data collection and but there needs to be more resources. So thank you again, Dr. Carter for that enlightening presentation. Thank you very much. And thanks for those who participated and asked her question. Next, we have Ms. Krishka, hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Digiri. Ms. Krishka is currently a PhD third year candidate at the University of Albany. Her research interests are gang-involved women, mental health and trauma. Currently, she teaches criminal justice at the University of Galen. Prior to starting her doctorate, she worked as a mental health counselor in Belize with the Ministry of Human Development, where she worked with youth involved in gangs or youth at risk of joining gangs. Ms. Digiri has also worked with Belizeans of all ages in Belize City, Belmopan and San Ignacio in an outpatient counseling setting for all issues related to mental health. Recently, she finished a pilot study entitled Gang Involvement, Trauma and Resilience in Women in Belize, a narrative case study, which is the first study to include gang-involved women and will be the foundation of her more extensive dissertation research scheduled for this summer. We welcome Ms. Digiri.
Thank you so much for introducing me. And thank you. I want to just say thank you, first of all, to everyone who organized this. I've been honored to be a part of this and hear all the amazing research that's going on in our country. Before I get into it, I just want to say that my research and my work is dedicated to the young girls that I've worked with at the hostel in an effort to get their voices and other young women and women's voices heard. So with that, I will dive right in. So my research is entitled Gang Involvement, Trauma and Resiliency in Women in Belize, Trauma-Informed Narrative Interviews. And what I will do is do a brief overview of trauma, and then we're going to get into just a small slice of my research project. My research project in total spans the totality of gang involvement, pre-gang involvement, during gang involvement, and gang disengagement. Today, for the sake of time, we are going to just focus on the first interview, which involved push factors or reasons why these girls identified that they joined the gangs. So early childhood trauma, and so forth. So what is trauma? There's many definitions of it, but the definition that I used for my research is trauma results from an event, series of events, or set of circumstances that is experienced by an individual as physically or emotionally harmful, and that has lasting negative effects on the individual's physical, emotional, spiritual, and social well-being. There's two types of main kinds of trauma. We have type 1 trauma, which is also known as big T trauma, which is a single incident event that is unexpected, such as violent assault, robbery, or a death of a loved one. Type 2 trauma, which was most relevant for this slice of research we're going to get into today, also known as complex trauma, describes trauma which is commonly experienced as a part of childhood, also known as adverse childhood experiences, and trauma that is often repeated over time within an interpersonal relationship. And the examples can be sexual abuse, discrimination, abandonment, and physical abuse, among many others. So trauma itself can have as many unique symptoms as there are individuals. But the visual I have up for you just shows a few of these, including decreased concentration, feelings of hopelessness, chronic pain, and nightmares and flashbacks. So while trauma does not cause gang involvement, research has found a number of symptoms that may increase the risk for later gang involvement. And these symptoms include behavioral problems, aggression, emotional numbing, loss of sense of self, and depression and hopelessness. While again, trauma is not the only cause for gang involvement, it can increase a risk's youth for joining a gang for a number of reasons. Gangs can offer a sense of safety and control and structure that may be missing from the home lives of children who've experienced trauma. They can provide a place for youth to reenact learned negative behaviors, such as violence and aggression. Youth who've experienced trauma may find some sense of success, belonging, and affirmation through the gang. And gangs provide youth with these concrete basic resources that they need, such as shelter, food, clothing, and sometimes even school fees. So that was a quick overview of trauma as a good understanding of the basis of the first interview that we're going to go over today. But a general overview of my research study is the research exploring gangs within Belize is growing, with one exception. The current research excludes gang-involved women, and this was the first study in Belize to exclusively focus on gang-involved women. And because of the numbers of general gang involvement and activity are increasing, we can hypothesize that the numbers of gang-involved women are also increasing. And with this, we can hypothesize that gang-involved women in Belize have essential roles within the gang. My research included life histories of the participants from before gang involvement, during gang involvement, and during disengagement. The research question of focus for this presentation today is just one of the research questions that were involved in my study. And this was, what are the experiences of trauma that lead girls and women to join the gangs? And using life story interviewing, I interviewed 4 women who engaged in 4 different interviews. So I had 4 women and they each did 4 interviews. And that explored those stages before the gang, during the gang, and during gang disengagement, as well as an optional creative art project. And we'll get into that a little bit later, that was built into my interview methodology. So I developed this research methodology to be empowering, to balance the power dynamics in the interview room. The participants are the expert in their lived experiences, and I, as the researcher, am just the listener, the information gatherer. The participants were in control of how and what they shared throughout the entirety of the interviews, as well as the creative projects. So again, for this presentation, we're going to just explore the findings from interview number 1. But creative projects were also a part of this methodology. A creative project was incorporated in which the participants expressed their stories and their experiences through an artistic nonverbal project. This component of the research, just like the interviews, was participant-led. The participants chose what form of art they would like to create and how they would like to express their stories. It was fully up to them. And research has shown that giving participants a nonverbal way to process their traumas and tell their stories can aid in healing and processing. And we'll get into that a little bit later as well. But overall, the participants, there were 4 women. They included a wide variety of ages, which was really enriching for the data. They were from 18 years old to in their mid-40s. They were all previously gang involved. They were previously associated with 3 distinct gangs, and they had different lengths of time being separated from the gang. One participant was separated for only 1 month, while another participant was separated for over 20 years. And I'm sorry, I'm going quickly. But interview 1 included demographic information, exploration of early childhood experiences, and participant identified push factors for joining the gang. So participants identified what they felt like were the reasons that they went to the gang initially. So again, a push factor is considered anything that pushes youth towards the gang, also known as risk factors for gang joining. So early life and childhood trauma experiences, all the participants identified 3 significant groups of risk that led them to become eventually gang involved. And this was physical abuse, abandonment and neglect, and witnessing domestic violence. Okay, so in these slides, you get to see the participants' actual words on the screen because I wanted their voice to come through in my presentations. So you can read the quotes from the participants as I'm just describing what was found. So childhood trauma experiences of physical abuse was one of the most significant identified push factors identified by all the participants in this study. Through this quote, we can see that childhood physical abuse caused this young woman to become less attached to her family, which then caused her to seek a replacement family for meeting her needs outside of the home. Again, this physical abuse was a push factor that was expressed in the narrative interviews of each participant. And I'll just give a few moments for people to read along. Okay. Moving forward, childhood trauma experiences that also was labeled as a push factor was abandonment and neglect. Primarily each separate participant, each of the 4 women that were interviewed identified as the abandonment and neglect coming from their mother figure. So through the life stories of each participant, abandonment and neglect were identified as a significant traumatic experience that became a push factor for seeking out and joining the gangs. Each woman described feeling like they no longer belonged at home, feeling unloved, or like a burden on their family in their home as a child due to this abandonment and neglect by their parents. This again caused them to seek belongingness and acceptance outside of the home, which was reflected again in each participant's separate interviews. So each participant again identified independently that some form of abandonment and neglect was significant in their decision to find a family in the gang. And we can see the quote on the screen as well. And I'll give a few moments again. So the next slide ties very well with the wonderful presentation that was just wrapped up before me. Witnessing domestic violence. Witnessing domestic violence was the third key takeaway for participant identified push factors towards a gang. And you could read the quote here as I explained again. And again, all of the participants, all 4 participants expressed that witnessing domestic violence was a common experience in their household that caused them again to further disconnect and look outside of the household for their emotional needs. This quote from one participant skillfully reflects the effects that witnessing domestic violence had on her as a child. She reflected on the aftermath of this violent incident and how she decided that the stress and anger associated with the ongoing domestic violence in her home were too much for her to handle, driving her to seek ways to escape her home permanently. She made this decision to leave home permanently at just 10 years old. And at 10 years old is when she left her home and joined the gang. These experiences and feelings associated with them created the need for the children to attempt to meet their needs, such as safety, acceptance, belongingness, and love through other avenues, which included the gang. And it's not in this presentation, but each woman described feeling like they finally found their perfect family when they joined the gang. This is the honeymoon period. When they first started joining the gang, they all described that they finally felt a belongingness that they've always been seeking to fill. Okay, so interview 4, which is the last of the interviews, covered the reflection of the creative project. The focus of this interview included the participants' narrative reflection of the process of the creative project, as well as what they created. The creative project depicted an important moment in the participants' lives and elicited narratives around the content, colors, symbols, and images included in the reflection of their project. So what happened was I brought in a big Barney bag of art supplies, and each participant got to choose whatever they'd like to use, take it home, and through the week that they got to create their art project and bring it back during the last session. Through this artwork, we can see the participant stories visually. And on this slide, I included one of my participants' artworks here. This process, as reflected by the participants, caused them to think about their experiences and express their stories in a new way. And research has shown that nonverbal expressions such as art can help individuals further talk about their trauma experiences, especially in populations that experience stigma. And very quickly, I just want to give the audience a little understanding of this artwork here on the slide. My participant described this as she drew herself in between 2 roads. One road is out of the gang, and that road is labeled love, peace, self-esteem, and future. While the road to the right is the road that is continued gang involvement, which she labeled hate, shame, destruction, and low self-esteem. Interestingly enough, she depicts herself in the middle of these 2 roads, faceless, in the moment that she's deciding what to do. She describes herself standing in the middle of these 2 roads and asking herself in a screaming way, what should she choose for her life? And I wanted to add a quote about one of the participants reflecting on this creative project experience. She reflected that it helped her visualize everything that she's been through since then and look back at how much she has achieved to get to where she is today, which is a healthy, happy adult woman, community member, and mother. So I'll give the audience a moment to read this as well. Okay, so I speak to a lot of people about this research. I'm trying to get the word out there that many people are even surprised to know that women and girls can be involved in gangs here in Belize. That's the #1 response I get to my work. And so I need to address, why does this matter? Some people may think, I don't know any girls and women in gangs. I don't know any of them that may be at risk. It matters for many reasons, but a few is the impact of early trauma on adult functioning. Early childhood trauma can lead to adults with depression, anxiety, PTSD. It could lead to an increase in unintended pregnancies, an increase in HIV and STDs, cancer and diabetes, alcohol and drug use, as well as inability to hold a job. So a lot of issues that we see in adulthood, as well as development of intervention and prevention programs. As we learn more about women in gangs, we as a community can offer more services that will reduce the number of girls and women entering gangs. And research from the United States and other Central American countries indicate that intervention programs for gang-involved men that were developed for gang-involved men may not work as well for gang-involved women. So programming specifically for our women and girls that are at risk or gang-involved is needed. And wrapping up, just future directions, comprehensive firsthand information is an essential step in strengthening the country's knowledge of gangs. This knowledge will help develop and implement these programs that I talked about. And again, this study serves as a first step in establishing the knowledge base of these girls and women. And my research will be expanded to a larger scale dissertation study this coming summer in partnership with the Ministry of Human Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, again, another well done presentation and very timely because of the current issues that we face with gang. And it is profound that you speak about women's involvement and how, you know, the past and their past experiences are connected to what they become and the eventuality of their future as it relates to gang violence, etc. in Belize. And very powerful research, and as I said, very timely for our country and even other countries around the world as gang violence continues to be a prevalent issue. So very, very enriching and, you know, very, a very reflective presentation that we have to consider as we move ahead in Belize. So thank you very, very much. We're going to move on to the second presenter. We're going to have them ask you questions at the end. We have one last presenter that we can give her time to present. Our next presenter is Miss Melissa Bisk. She's in the faculty. I'm so sorry. She's in the Faculty of History and Humanities Department at Palmer State Trinity School in Miami, Florida. She completed her undergraduate work at Vanderbilt University and received her MA and PhD in Cultural Anthropology from Tulane University. Since 2000, Dr. Melissa Bisk has been a scholar activist engaged in movement against gender-based violence. Her primary research concerns intimate partner abuse in Western Belize, where her work has led her to assist on the front lines of a women's shelter and to initiate an ongoing survivor support group in the Kaya district. Her book chronicling this work, titled Intimate Partner Violence and Advocate Response, Redefine Love in Western Belize, was published by Lexington Books in 2016. Dr. Bisk has also provided expert testimony for Belizean violence survivors seeking asylum in the United States. Since becoming a high school teacher in 2014, she has become increasingly interested in applying anthropological insight to facilitate the construction of such issue. So welcome, Dr. Bisk, and I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me and see me okay? Okay. So I'm Dr. Bisk. Sorry, I know there's a lot, my name is a strange one to pronounce. Thank you. I first want to say thank you so much for hosting this conference today. Melanie, thank you so much for reaching out to us and bringing us together. It's such important work. And I've heard a lot of calls today, requests for greater data on these issues and greater formation of my fellow panelists were calling for the symbiotic relationships and how important those mutually symbiotic relationships are to enhancing our empathic understanding of issues. And I think that there's so much work that has been so incredible that I've heard about today. And I am just so thankful to be a part of the conversation. So thank you. So I just want to tell you a little bit about my work in Western Belize. My work focuses on intimate partner violence. And by that, I mean violence in the forms of verbal